iPhone चाहते हैं C2C C2 ಇದು C ಇದು B ಅಲ್ಲ ಸರ್ C2 ಸ್ಪೆಷಲ್
Respected dignitaries, with great pride and immense pleasure, I welcome you all to the Faculty Development Workshop PRISM-2025 organized by Government Nature Cure and Yoga Medical College and Hospital, Mysuru in association with Government Ayurveda Research Center, Mysuru. This is an important step towards promoting research integrity, scholarly excellence and academic growth. PRISM, shaping the ethical research and empowering scholarly excellence.
Only when it is shared. Wisdom grows. We like all as we embark on a journey of learning and professional enrichment. It's time to invite our dignitaries to the stage to begin this meaningful event. I invite our inaugurator, Mr. K.S. Rangappa sir, former Vice Chancellor of University of Mysore, Karnataka State University. Professor S.L. Hegde, Professor, Vice Chancellor, University of our guest of honor, Dr. Ramchandra Shetty, Director of Advanced Research, Rajiv Gandhi University of Health Science, Bangalore, Dr. M.A. Shekhar, former Vice Chancellor, Adi Chinchingali Medical University, Dr. P. Guru Basuraj sir, Professor Emeritus, Rajiv Gandhi University of Health Science, Bangalore, Dr. Shanai, Lakshmi Narayan Shanai sir, Assistant Director, Ayurveda Medical Research Center, Mysore. Government Nature Cure and Yoga Medical College, Dr. Sandeep, Assistant Professor, Government Nature Cure and Medical College, Mysore. When light passes, transforms into different spectrum of the colors. The word PRISM stands for professionalism, reflection, innovation, skill enhancement, motive. So the different spectrum of colors are building the strong teaching values and standards through professionalism, enriching the introspection, continuous improvement in reflection, introducing modern methods and ICT tools in innovation, strengthening the core and soft skills in skill enhancement. So the PRISM is a framework used to describe the essential qualities for growth, professional excellence and organizational development. This workshop ensures holistic enhancement of teachers' knowledge, skill and mindset. To innovate the request students to present.
soulful invitation, students.
As we begin this enlightening faculty development workshop designed to inspire
in research methodology, then PhD is scholars are writing on and faculty we are about 400. Today having all the program more than about 200 is online, and we are having about 35 to 40 faculties. Already we have a registration of 128, but many of them opted for online. That's why we are getting only 45 on offline. So the objective of the job is that we have to get at least, as per Commissioner's advice, we have to get next year at least 50 projects for Irish. The objective and have Rangappa sir is known for not only for Rangappa sir is known for not only for Mysore, because we have, when we talk about, we will say KRS, we will say we will say Mysore. With the same line we will say Rangappa sir when I talk about the reason. That's what I said. Rangappa sir, because from a small family, farmer's family from Palani, he came today. He is the star of the research. If you know more than one, yeah. So today I called person for Gandhi yoga, I called him yoga, youth yoga, I called him very excellent. Ultimately, he got some of national. Like he said, offline, he came from airport also. Thank you, sir, because you are beautiful on that day. Confirmations from Mysore University and confirmations from Open University. Whatever the structures, magnificent structures we are seeing today, is all functions of Rangappa sir. Because anybody can see the Mysore University before it came into the Mysore University, because the land was gardened by the beautiful structures, and the original one, he is having one his own, and he is more than about, he is having more than about 500 international articles in his credit. There too, in high-end journals like Science. Really lucky to have you, sir, from the college government. I have the research, and I will be welcome you for. When we talk about the pure science, the best researcher we are having amongst us is S.N. Hegde sir. He is from the world, and he is also former vice chancellor of Mysore University twice, because nobody has been recorded as vice chancellor twice for a period of 8 years. And in his area, we used to do. When we talk about S.N. Hegde sir, it is good. Whenever I call him, Send the proposals to Radhika University. So today he will talk about the guidelines of Radhika University and how to write a copy for Radhika University. And he is the former principal of the government, only one pharmacy college is there in Bangalore, and he is now doing a wonderful job as director of advanced research in Radhika University, and always he is something because of his support and guidance, we are having a MOU with Radhika University because it is his initiative. Today we are displaying in our website that we are also partner and we are having an MOU with Radhika University, and all these are because of your support and guidance, sir. We wholeheartedly welcome you for the second year, sir. Whenever I do a program, I will not do a program without M.A. Shekhar, sir. Because whenever he can be a guest of honor for any of our function, even for a cardio even for our regular research methodology workshop, we use our system of the amount of knowledge he gives our faculty or our students is not matching to anything, and his knowledge, his research experience and expertise, we can say no match for us. That's why we are calling you every time. You are our Kubera in knowledge. You will Kubera in knowledge, but you are Kubera in knowledge for us. So today we are, he will give the keynote address for our this function. Prism, sir, thank you, sir. We welcome you on behalf of all of our I was hesitant to talk in front of the gathering, and at that time, so every time he used to support us for doing any function. Today we are more than about 150 questions per year, and all the close to Professor sir. And today we are honoring him and felicitating him because in 2019 he got Best Teacher Award from Radhika University, and this time on the occasion of the foundation day, he received the award from Radhika University. I think, in my opinion, nobody in the teacher award also, the professor of emeritus award also. So I thought we need a platform to felicitate him. So I thought this function is really a great chance for me to felicitate him. So yesterday night only he came from Udupi because he was the guest of honor for convocation there. So today morning at 5:30 he arrived, and at 6 o'clock I called him whether he arrived from Udupi or not. He said, I am here. Thank you, Professor, for coming over here. So it's a great honor for us to felicitate him on this day also. Thank you, Professor, sir. So the whole program we designed and developed because of Venkata. One day he came to my office saying that Chennai, I need help from you. You have to deliver 1 hour lecture for our faculty. I said, why I deliver? We will have to work for. So the envision of this program is really because of sir. Even if he is a assistant director and he is the head of the whole organization, he directly came to me at 3 o'clock, took an appointment and said, Chennai will have a program with you. So it's a great honor for me. Today the whole program designed and developed because of the principal of Government Development College. On behalf of the whole organization, I welcome you. When we talk about engineering research, when we talk about about non-biased research, when we talk about systematic research, when we talk about scientific research, the only one name will remain in our thought process, that is everything. So simple, so specific in each and everything, and she started the molecular biology department in Urala College. And after her retirement, the molecular department itself is vanished at the closed now. And the dedication by which she is working, because I have to tell in front of you, if the 30 students are there in the class, for all 30 students, she will manage to get the campus recruitment. And she is model for all of us, because I too will not get any money from government, but without getting any money from government or university, she has established the molecular biology lab. I visited 2 to 3 times with the CSR fund, and even she asked ASC people to get the old instruments which are not using in ASC, and in such initiative, she started molecular biology department, and I am really happy that all five batches of students got 100% recruitment, and I have made today, the whole, the responsibility of conducting the whole program is also. He will be very quiet, but when I talk about the work, he will do 24/7 work. Dr. Baptiste, thank you for your some artist also. And then the co-organizing secretary of this workshop, and he is also the faculty of research in Yoga Tirupati. He received many awards at the small age also, and I know Sandeep from his childhood in a big stage. I really appreciate his initiative, and thank you, Sandeep, for doing a wonderful work for us. So we welcome you also. I also because she has worked wholeheartedly for us. Thank you, Arita, for your wonderful. So you have the book also. So today I am really lucky to have my teacher, my PG guide, and our ex-joint director, and Jim, because he will always be with us and he will bless us for all our initiatives. I also Dr. Aruna Madam, our principal and my co-guide in PG, and she has taught us so many. So she is also a good researcher and has done many, more than about 50 researchers for postgraduate scholars also. Thank you, madam, for your wonderful work. I also welcome our AAO Swami madam, Sujata madam, and my own AAO shows the invitation for us, and I thank all the students here because of their effort today this PRISM become a festival. Thank you, because you are wonderful guest appearance here. Thank you all of you, and I thank all of you and my commissioner Vipin Singh sir for giving us all the support. With all this, I thank all of you once again, and it's a great opportunity for me to welcome great guests with us. So thank you.
I also welcome you for the workshop. Without you, this workshop would have been not organized. Thank you once again, sir. Light is a symbol of knowledge, and every lamp we light reminds us that education is the flame of that day, that darkness from the mind. Now, with immense respect and deep sense of pride, I humbly request Professor K.S. Rangappa sir, former Vice Chancellor of University of Mysore and Karnataka State Open University, to kindly light the lamp and inaugurate the final row. I also request all the distinguished dignitaries seated on the dais to come forward to light the lamp. Truly honored to have you all in one frame. Formally inaugurate with an inspiration beginning.
scientist, visionary academic leader, and one of India's most distinguished contributors to biology. Drug discovery and medicine. With a remarkable body of work by developed more than 8,000 novel synthetic fuels, many of which are recognized internationally for their potential in cancer therapy. His pioneering contributions also include development of COVID-19 self-detection kit, widely appreciated public health application. Professor the Royal Society of Chemistry, the National Academy of Science, and the Karnataka Science and Technology. With more than 650 research publications, 14 patents, and numerous international awards, his scientific impact is profound and far-reaching. He has guided 65 PhD scholars and mentored young scientists with extraordinary dedication. His leadership extends beyond research of University of Karnataka State Open University, playing a key role in hosting the historic 103rd Indian Science Congress. Currently, Professor Rangappa serves as a NASI Distinguished Professor, Honorary Professor at the University of Mysore, and Global Ambassador of Hokkaido University, Japan. His tireless contribution to science, education, and society have earned him immense respect across the globe. We are privileged to have you, sir. Today I warmly welcome to this program.
ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ಕೇಳಿಸುತ್ತಾ? ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. I was scared quality of the dignitaries on the dais. ನನಗೆ ಇವೆಲ್ಲ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗಿದೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿರಲಿಲ್ಲ. Good morning, everyone. I'm extremely happy to be here in this occasion at the Faculty Development Workshop. Professor, my mentor, senior personality, and former Vice Chancellor of University of Mysore, Dr. Ramchandra Shetty, Director, Advanced Research, RGS, Bangalore. My former Vice Chancellor University of Education, Dr. Shanai, Dr. Krishna, the Principal of the College, Sandeep, Dr. Anita, Professor Malika Bharati, Devaki, and all the dignitaries of the dais, participants of this 2025, ladies and gentlemen, media friends. It is indeed an honor to be here to inaugurate this program of the government nature to and yoga, medical and hospital. In fact, I was talking to the shaker, saying that I have seen police are perished. It is time to publish concept that we in the higher education. It will be too late to guide you for this faculty development program at the government college. As a researcher in biology, can you clearly hear? I mean, basically a chemical biologist. I always believe that scientific inquiry is the foundation on which every legal discipline stands. And today, I would like to speak on the scientific importance of application. The evidence-based research. I said evidence-based research in strengthening eyes system. In today academic ecosystem, publications are the primary mode of the knowledge validation. That's my opinion. Publications, a peer review platform for scientific community, and also a permanent record of clinical and experimental finding that you can see. Also, this knowledge validation gives a mechanism for global dissemination of indigenous knowledge. Therefore, I will certainly say primary mode of the knowledge validation through publications. Also, the basis for funding. If you ask for funding elsewhere, they need the validation of knowledge. The validation is not the publication of the data that you have. Therefore, a basis for funding and also collaborations, say patents and healthcare policies, all are based on these peer-reviewed publications. In medicine, the unpublished work is equivalent to undocumented knowledge. It's nothing but undocumented knowledge, which is of no use. The value of research emerges only when it is systematically presented and critically evaluated and made accessible to the world. Then only you can see the use of this research. Ayush systems, that is Ayurveda, Yoga, Naturopathy, Unani, Siddha, Homeopathy, are not only indigenous, they have a significant global footprint today. In fact, yoga is universally accepted, everywhere universally accepted and studied globally for physical, mental and metabolic benefits. Ayurveda is gaining international recognitions for personalized and phytochemical-based therapies. Everywhere in this, the whole world is operating. As I said, Ayurveda is gaining international recognition for personalized and, as I said, phytochemical-based therapies. Naturopathy and interactions are increasingly, incorporated into and implemented. Therefore, your high quality publications always validate, as I mentioned earlier, validate a traditional claim with measurable outcomes, and the high quality publications facilitates. So being, bring research funding elsewhere, the funding agencies, like I said, Department of Science and Technology, Department of Biotechnology, ICMR, Ayush Ministry, SERB, and so on. If you have high quality publication, the finding situation will get and you can get the funding by elsewhere, the department, as I mentioned, ESP, DPP, and so on. So therefore, these high quality publications also enhance the institutional reputation. That's very important. If a good publication comes out of this university, the reputation of the college will be under high. Therefore, which enhances the institutional reputation and accreditation practice. So therefore, high quality publications are equally important as the teaching. So publications transform Ayush from experience-driven practice to driven field knowledge. So the young researchers that are sitting here of this institution have a vital role in this regard. In detail, probably that all these so therefore, in progress requires design, interdisciplinary collaboration. So interdisciplinary collaboration or multidisciplinary approach is equally important to can interact can interact and also the medical science. So unless you have this kind of interdisciplinary or multidisciplinary approach, you cannot reach the target. Therefore, you must cultivate the head. Current days of compartmentalization is therefore, we must adopt this multidisciplinary research or interdisciplinary. That India is the cultural and scientific home of Ayurveda. Going very well, and we have this culture or multi-disciplinary is very India is a cultural and scientific home of Ayurveda, yoga, and human system. The world is running, in fact, integrated activities. Through science, Ayush can lead the global transition toward the holistic. I encourage each one of you sitting here in this program to adopt a research-oriented mindset. Unless this research-oriented mindset will develop our mind. So let us document a rich clinical experience system that is together the traditional and modern science to and above all, let one that allows us to stand with confidence in topic, you'll be able to listen to various speakers who are here today in different subjects. You will be getting, by the time you go back and cultivate this, so try to practice your own colleges and institutes. And thank you for giving me the opportunity to be here with the best of knowledgeable personalities sitting over here. And I wish this faculty program very great success. And if the man who put in bring this institution right, the people Shaker is in the same yeah, so
Thank you very much, sir, for your inspiring and enlightening letters, your valuable words, which insight, visionary thoughts, have truly set the tone for today's program. Thank you, sir. Now, I call upon Dr. Sumana, Assistant Professor JMC MCMH, to introduce one of our guests of honor of today's program, Dr. S.N. Hegde, sir. Good morning, respected dignitaries, Himalaya's, and all the participants gathered over here. It is my privilege and honor to introduce our distinguished guest of honor, Professor S.N. Hegde, sir, a highly respected Indian academician, eminent zoologist, celebrated science.
The teacher, as a motivator, the education system is no more teacher-centric. Guru days, only teacher. Whatever he knew, he would do. But not through the teacher, you can learn many things. Because he is a living entity. Computer is not a living entity. No system can, motivate you, inspire you. Like teacher does. So the presence of a teacher in learning system is inevitable. Let there be any kind of innovation. However, we have got complementary modes that unleashes the learning system, including artificial intelligence. So, in few years, probably the role of the teacher will have to change. Not only classroom teaching. I personally feel, based on my journal reading, I'm not reading any research journals anymore. In future, a teacher will have to play a better role as a motivator. As someone who will inspire the students. Someone who will, expose the students to developing areas to go through. And anything that we want to bring in as a change, it has to be through the teachers. Unless our teachers are good enough, unless we have a good complement of teachers, they will be able to do that. Our message will be getting good. Nangu Hango ಇದೆ. I went there about 60% maybe. With all the raw get pleasure, maybe 70. Maybe they are qualified in any like NEP or SLEP, whatever. That's not the the end of teaching. The system is somewhere wrong. inspiring teachers. Not qualified alone, but competent teachers. The syllabus produces qualification is one thing, competence is another. You build up your competence as you go on. If you are very consistent, you are very serious, you build up your career. And that system is not visualized. The government itself is not very sensitive. I saw some statement where they had oh, everything is going on well. We have appointed thousands of get lecturers. Thousands of colleges, 430, and also 41 state universities. Whether we need universities or not, it's a different question. Government wants it. Politicians need it. And therefore university comes into it. And once the state is involved, nobody wants it. Very unfortunate. I'm not criticizing the government. Their intention is good, but the mode of operandi is very unfortunate. People don't bother about it. So therefore, if we want to remain as an inspiring teacher, as someone not really, giving all the points, let the students find the points, let the students elaborate based on their own teaching, their own reading and learning process. Sometime back, a conference in Bangalore, it seemed there was a Nobel laureate in physics. And this gentleman was staying in a guest house of hotel. Was Narayan Murthy of Infosys. Went up to him and asked him something. Yes. Then he asked several questions. The answer was very candid, not very. But one of the questions was, what is your, direction or your ethos for students, particularly science students? You know the answer? Very simple. He said, a teacher in science, there are all kinds of teachers. A teacher in a sense or in science has to be motivated. He has to inspire students. As long as a teacher does not inspire, he might be popular temporarily, but you will realize that the director will tell nothing new. A teaching profession requires simplification and it needs amplification. No machine can do this. Machine can do whatever you order the machine to do. So, a living entity, as we speak, you and I, as our teachers, we build up a relationship, a harmonious relationship, which you cannot build up with a non-engineering computer. So, there are no differences in that. However, I hope as faculty, you will be in touch with the journalists in your library. I don't know how good is your library. If you do not have a library, you can have access it through, other means and get a copy of it. So, learning has different routes, as they said. In the ultimate analysis, these programs will have to inspire the faculty and stress the need again and again that they have to be live, that they have to be sharp. When an ordinary carpenter knows, unless and until he keeps his instruments in good shape, he cannot really work. He cannot produce good work. Therefore, I wish you will be very conscientious in your duties. I don't want to describe it as a great sacrifice, as a great noble, profession. There are many professions which are noble and these should learn. But the only thing is you should be inspired. And in turn, you should inspire your students. Ultimately, if somebody asks who is a good teacher, last question. Who is a good teacher? What makes somebody a good teacher? And my own professor said, the one who believes gaps for the student to fit. He is a good teacher. Not the one who tells everything, or takes the assumption that he knows everything. No, not that. The one who says there are many gaps in my lecture, please. I hope those, will go on changing. And do your service to the best of your abilities. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. With profound respect and heartfelt administration, I now take the honor of inviting our guest of honor, Dr. Ramchandra Shetty, sir, Director Advanced Research, Rajiv Gandhi University of Health Science, Bangalore, to deliver the speech. Over to you, sir.
ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ರಾತ್ರಿ ಆಕಾಶ ನೋಡಿದಾಗ ನಕ್ಷತ್ರ ಈ ವೇದಿಕೆ ಮೇಲೆ 11 ನಕ್ಷತ್ರಗಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಆ ಎಲ್ಲ ನಕ್ಷತ್ರಗಳಿಗೆ ವಂದಿಸ್ತೀನಿ. ನಾನು ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲೇ ಮಾತನಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಇಷ್ಟಪಡ್ತೀನಿ. ಈ ಸೆಷನ್ ನನ್ನ ಸೆಷನ್ ಅನ್ನು ನಾನು ಇಂಗ್ಲಿಷ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳ್ತೇನೆ. ಈ ಸೆಷನ್ ಅನ್ನು ನಾನು ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲೇ ಮಾತನಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಇಷ್ಟಪಡ್ತೀನಿ. ರಿಸರ್ಚ್ ಕೋಟೆ ಕಟ್ಟಿ ಮೆಲ್ಲರೆಲ್ಲ ಏನು ಮಾಡೋದು ಅಂತ ಒಂದು ಹಾಡಿತ್ತು. ಆಯುರ್ವೇದ ಕೋಟೆ ಕಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಮೆರೆದಾಡ ಸಾವಿರಾರು ವರ್ಷ. ಇವತ್ತು ಕೋಟೆ ಕಟ್ಟಿ ಮೆರೆದ್ರೆ ನಾವು ಔಟ್ಡೇಟೆಡ್ ಆಗ್ತೀವಿ. ಸಂಶೋಧನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ನೋ ಸೈಲೋಸ್ ಇರಬಾರ್ದು. ಸೈಲೋಸ್ ಇದ್ದಿದ್ರೆ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಇಸಿಜಿ ಮಿಷನ್ ಬರ್ತಿದೆ. ವಿಜ್ಞಾನದ ಜೊತೆ, ಟೆಕ್ನಿಕಲ್ ವಿಜ್ಞಾನದ ಜೊತೆ ಎಕ್ಸ್ರೇ ಮಿಷನ್ ಬಂತು. ಎಲ್ಲ ಮೆಷಿನ್ಗಳು ಇವತ್ತೇನು ರೋಬೋಟಿಕ್ ಸರ್ಜರಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಏನ್ ಬಂದಿದೆ, ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಕೋಟೆಗಳನ್ನು ಒಡೆದು ಮಾಡಿದ ಸಂಶೋಧನೆಯಿಂದ ಬಂದಿದೆ. ಅದನ್ನು ನಾವು ಅರ್ಥ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. ಹಾಗಾದ್ರೆ ಆಯುರ್ವೇದದಲ್ಲಿ ಏನು ಸಂಶೋಧನೆ ಮಾಡೋದು? ಆಯುರ್ವೇದದ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಗಳು, ನನ್ನೊಂದು ಯಾವಾಗ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಆಪಾದನೆ, ಕ್ಷಮಿಸಿ ಎಲ್ಲ, ನೀವು ಶಾಸ್ತ್ರಗಳು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೆಲ್ಲವೂ ಕೂಡ ಸತ್ಯವನ್ನು ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಮಾಡಬಾರದು. ಈ ಮನಸ್ಥಿತಿನಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಭಾರತದಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಉಪನಿಷತ್ ಇದೆ, ಅದರ ಹೆಸರು ಪ್ರಶ್ನೋಪನಿಷತ್. 6 ಪುಟ್ಟ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆಗಳಿಂದ ಶುರುವಾಗುವಂತಹ 6 ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆಗಳ ಉಪನಿಷತ್ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಅದು. ನಮ್ಮ ಪರಂಪರೆ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಮಾಡುವುದನ್ನು ಕಲಿಸಿದೆ.
Thanks to the person who has given the name PRISM. Do you understand what is prism? I'm sure you all have gone through physics. Prism and diffraction or dispersion. Put a white line, what comes out? Rainbow. So this prism today, by the end of the day, there will be a rainbow of thoughts and ideas. My brother and my senior person have given me a very good idea of what to do with research. I was asked by Shana, I said, Yen Matara Guru, Matari Matari Saka, Yen Bakar Matari. So I picked up this particular topic because it is about research methodology, methods, and blah 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 blah. But it's not for students. This particular speech is not for teachers. You people are called faculties or teachers? Faculty. This is the dichotomy that across Atlantic Ocean will happen. When you go to England and Europe, you are still called a teacher. But Americans, across Atlantic, they don't call you teachers, they call you faculty. Do you know why? Have you any idea? English is a very funny language. You rearrange the letters in what you get? Cheaters. So you Americans did not want to call teachers as cheaters and etc. etc. They wanted as faculty. So we'll stick to faculty development. And I was asked whatever I want to give you in 2 or 3 phases. The first phase is a brief about research. Second phase would be publishing, publishing, all those funny things. And last thing is you really have to go through the history. Without knowing history, you will not be good teachers or you will not be good faculties. Shall we do that? Now, I was going through the, what do you call that? Not the invitation, the other one? Brochure. It has everything for you. All you have to do is, if you are good at reading, if you have gone through the brochure, the day's program is already done. The third page, to be precise, has everything about research. Here, I remember my mother. I'm dying in a 7th class ಮಾತ್ರ ಓದಿದ್ದವರು. ನಾನು ಚಿಕ್ಕವನಾಗಿದ್ದಾಗ my mother used to tell me, please read aloud. ಜೋರ ಓದಲು ಶೇಕಿದ್ರೆ ಅಳ್ಳಾಡೋದಲ್ಲ. She used to tell, please read aloud. Today I understand after I became a good teacher. Why? When you read silently, you stimulate low. When you read loud, you stimulate temporal and occipital lobe. So when you read loud, what happens? Retention is there. This is it. He has given you, he or whoever has done this brochure has given you occipital concept. Today I am talking to you to improve temporal concept and also frontal because you are smiling. I am not a joker, don't worry. Okay? This is the concept you should take it further. So, first teacher I had in my life, not cheater. Publish or perish. If you change it a little bit, does it move? Yeah, change up. This is technology for you. Indian ಕಾಲದಲ್ಲಿ ಏನು ಹಳೆ ಚಡ್ಡಿ ಹಾಕೊಂಡು ಬಂದ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಬರೀತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. You help me out. Okay, just take the next. ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ತಿಂಡಿ ಹುಬ್ಬಳ್ಳಿ ಹೋದ್ರೆ ಖ್ಯಾತ. ಕನ್ನಡ ಹುಬ್ಬಳ್ಳಿ ಆಯುರ್ವೇದ ನಾಷ್ಟಮದ Now, the second concept is public and prosper. When I was a postgraduate student, we had no idea about this. When I became a lecturer, it was publish or perish. If you don't publish, nobody will recognize you. Today it is, you publish and you become prosperous. That's the concept I wanted to talk to you people about. Idea. This is the mentality of the people who are listening to me now. What is this publish, perish, publish, prosper, etc.? Let's go through some of these concepts. I have no conflicts of interest. In Bangalore, Dr. Sulochana said, I put this slide, no conflicts of interest today. Useless fellows don't code Allah. Real market. Sulochana got up and said, no, sir, we'll give you money. So no conflicts of interest. The first question is, why research? Why do you want to do research? It's the biggest thing. You Google, all you have to do is Google. You get thousands and thousands of instances of all these funny things. I just put it as a concept like this. In the middle, you decide. You have been what? Dr. Shetty was so fantastic in his talk. You look at it in a different manner, different facets, and then decide. So, clinical scientist is one of the reasons you want to research. Develop analytical power. You keep on studying physics. You know, what's his name? Einstein's laws, or whatever, physical laws. They don't change for ages, for hundreds of years, they have not changed. But it doesn't give you analytical power unless you research it. Right? To talk in a different manner. Building your career. You are a lecturer, 5 years later assistant professor, 3, 4 or 5 years later professor. After that, keep going. It doesn't build your career unless you research and bring it. You know, Dr. Great man, the person who made university become so big, Mysore University, he mentioned it is to enhance your presence in life. That's what. Professional monotony. ಬೆಳಗಿನ ಸಾಯಂಕಾಲ ಮಕ್ಕಳ ಎಷ್ಟು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಡ್ತೀರ. How many days you can teach the same story again and again and again. So you need to research how develop analytical power. But finally is clinical audit. You all know what is audit? Systematic, etc., etc., etc. You have to do a systematic activity of what you do. How many of you have done your audit of life? How many of you have done an audit of life? How many hours are there in a day? You can research and say it may be 23.55. It may happen because it is becoming shorter. ಈ 24 ಗಂಟೆನಲ್ಲಿ ನೀವೇನು ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಾ ಅಂತ ಆಡಿಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀರಾ? You not audited. I have done it, sorry. ಎಷ್ಟು ಗಂಟೆಗೆ ಎದ್ದೇಳ್ತೀರಾ? ಒಂದು ದಿವಸ 6 ಗಂಟೆಗೆ, ಒಂದು ದಿವಸ 9 ಗಂಟೆಗೆ, ಒಂದು ದಿವಸ 11 ಗಂಟೆಗೆ. You not done audit of your life. The 24 hours what you do. 5 ನಿಮಿಷ ಶಿಟ್, 2 ನಿಮಿಷ ಉಚ್ಚೆ, 5 ನಿಮಿಷ ಸ್ನಾನ, ಕೆಲವರು 20 ನಿಮಿಷ ಶಿಟ್ ಹೊಡಿತಾರೆ. So this is called as audit in a simple, crude manner. Clinical audit is about whatever you have done with your students, with your research, you have to review. So why research? These are the 5 components you should go through. Okay? What is research? How do you define research? When I was a postgraduate, my teachers, especially Professor Ram Shetty, used to say, best way to know a disease is to define the disease. Define the components of a disease, you will know everything. What is diabetes today? Is my fault. What is diabetes? For everybody it is high blood sugar. It's not so. So define diabetes in a proper manner. Half the job is done. So what is research? Let's define it. Can anybody define what is research? Systematic search for new knowledge. Anybody? So many definitions. You put your Google, it will give you plenty of this thing. Today, it is simple, organized, structured, purposeful investigation aimed at discovering, interpreting, and revising human knowledge on different aspects of the world by someone first time. Who's that someone? You. Now, do you think it is my definition? No, I picked it up from internet. Can you tell me how? Let's see your research mind. I have not studied and written. I just picked it up, cut and pasted. How? What is your research idea about this? No, really, nobody. You see that and read and tell me. Focus on this. What is that word? I have there, cut and paste again. We are all British English people. Z Baridiva, yes Baridiva, British English. So the day you see somebody doing this, it is either an American or cut and paste. So this is one research concept to increase your activity. But notice, truth was not used in the definition of research. Go through 10,000 definitions of research. There is no word truth in it. So next day when you take the first step of research, don't ever go to archives and say, I will find out the truth behind Trifala. I don't know, Trifala or whatever it is. Research is not about coming to a truthful end. It is about, as he says, new knowledge, rediscover the same knowledge, disprove the knowledge that you have understood, etc. like that. So this is very important. So many components, but the most important person is the first-hand person. Please, I am going to look for truth behind this. It will never occur. Okay? Now, objectives. Why do you need to do object like other research or something? There should be some objectives. With a new concept. Second is investigate existing problems and situations. I investigate the me instigate. This is happening in research. You instigate existing problems and situations. Take that instigation and make it investigation. Test a hypothesis. You all when you go through research methodologies, the most important is to test the hypothesis. How many hypotheses are there? How many? Null and alternate, only two. So test the hypothesis of theory. That's the simplest thing that we can do. Describe and measure characteristics. This is all the theory part of it. Finally, construct or create a new procedure or system. End of the day, the objective of a research is to create something new, some structure, some drug, some test, some whatever it is. That is the final objective. But the purpose, I put, fill up the blanks. The purpose of medical research, because we are all medical people. Otherwise, scientific research would be different. To fill up the blank curiosity. To fill up the blank problems, to fill up the blank facts, to fill up the blank to knowledge. Can anybody help me out? To develop the curiosity, to solve the problem, to know the facts, to acquire or contribute. Get out. To satisfy curiosity. You have to satisfy. The curiosity, you come here and you're listening to me. These are the problems that you should have here, but most important is advanced knowledge for the good of society. That should be the final. Why do you research? It should help the community. Today, whether you are in medicine, you are in physics, whatever it is, yes, chances will talk much about what is SDG.
help the community. Simple concept. So next time you think of research, what should it lead to? A help to the community. Just because you do a research and you get a patent, you make a lot of money, it doesn't make a lot of sense. Fine, we'll talk about that. But the reality is different today. Do you agree with these purposes? Maybe 30, 40, 50 years ago, Edward Jenner, Louis Pasteur, our own people, Maharshi Gandhi, they did it for the sake of the community, but today we do it for the sake of our own business. That's why publish or perish is becoming a big problem. Importance of health research, let me not give you a theory part of it, but what's important is biomedical research. Let's not worry about integrating, let's not worry about translation, let's not worry about interdepartmental, etc., etc. That comes in. You have to focus on biomedical research because you are doctors. So what is it? Basic, applied, translate, etc. like that. But most important is medical research and called as clinical research with involvement of the patients. From today onwards, all of you should think of involving patients in your clinical research. Maybe if you ask me some other time, I'll come and give a different concept of how to go about clinical research. Right? Benefits. Personal benefit. What is the personal benefit? Don't say money. Small say effort. Personal benefit of research is feel good. Societal, you have helped the society. Institutional, the institution you work for gets a lot of name. Finally, these are the benefits you are talking about. Let's see. Now, that's a basic thing I wanted to talk to the faculty, not the students. Students is a different matter. You agree on these concepts I just spoke about? Do you internalize it from today onwards? Okay? Right. Now, let me give you 2-3 slides. What you are supposed to teach a researcher. The precis writing of research. First is the study protocol, ethical clearance and funding. What were we talking? Biomedical research. I'm not talking about anything else. So most important component of biomedical research is ethical clearance. Human ethics are what I attach. Study protocol should be strong. Everybody is talking about funding. How much do you need? Recently, I had a nutritionist come to me. The research question and the hypothesis, it was very good. How to improve the nutrition of children in the rural population. Very good research concept. And the hypothesis she had written is what Ayurveda says. What does it say about diet? Region specific, ethnic specific, seasonal food. That's all you do. In the village, the children say what they grow, what is their ethnicity, and what is the seasonal foods that they get. Very good idea. But do you know the funding she asked for? Can you guess the funding she asked for? About 3,000 children to be followed up for the next 4 to 5 years. Any idea? Imagine you are the researcher and you want this research to be done. Improve the nutritional status for the next 4 to 5 years, from middle school to high school. Region specific, seasonal, ethnic specific food, simple concept. Do you know the amount of money she asked? Take a guess. Nobody. 1 lakh. 10 lakh. 2 koti. 4 koti. She must be the guide. She asked for 4 crores. Which funding agency will give this? So be practical when you ask for funding. 5-page protocol. The protocol I showed. First page is about significant section protocol. First page is about significant section. Let me tell you a little bit more because this is the most important place where you all get it stops. Your thinking process will never go beyond that unless your significance section is good. Title specification you can give whatever you want. 2 and 5 should be so-called design subjects, variables, blah 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 and all that. This is what I'm sure my following faculty will be talking to you about. But what's important is significant section. One page, two paragraphs, magnitude of the problem. If you take melanoma in Mysore, is it a magnitude of the problem? And I'm talking about medical part. Especially people with my skin, the chance of melanoma is literally zero. If you are a very fair skinned person, your melanocytes are very minimal, you get exposed to sun. You go to beach, magnitude is small. So don't tell them magnitude of problem is very high, you are going to do. Be very careful. If you say, my study is for 6 to 9 months, I am going to treat 15,000 people. Is it going to happen? Impossible. So magnitude is very important. What is known about this particular thing? It's not research. It is called as research. Research. So what is known, you have to write. What is not known is your domain. And how will it contribute to answering what is not known? These are the 4 components of significant section you should write. Can you do this? You internalize. Make small groups. I think you should have had small group activity. Next time you ask me, I'll give you some questionnaires for this. Medical research. Deliberately added on this. If you have seen my previous slides, there were no references. This stupid slide has a reference. Why? 85% of research is wasteful or inefficient. It's not me talking, it's a review that's been done by many people, none of them have been done. With deficiencies in 4 main areas. It is wasteful, inefficient, deficiencies are the research question relevant for clinical doctors or patients. Is it relevant? Just because the guide was bored, he said, go to the library, get 4 questions, you pick up. How did you, when I was a postgraduate 40 years ago, what did we do? Go to the library, go to the dissertation section, look at the studies done 5 years before. Bring those 4 questions. Our guide would yarn at me and rewrite the question and give it. It's not so bad. Be careful. Our designs and methods appropriate. I think I just put some seeds into you. You see to it that you water them and give nutrition and make it a big tree. Otherwise, I can talk on all this for 10 minutes. Is it unbiased and clinically meaningful? That you should talk about. What is the research question? So, what was the major issue? 85% of the research being done today is wasteful because there is no connect between the question and the methodology. So let's look at what is research question. Simple answer is an uncertainty in the population. The investigator wishes to research. That's all. What is the research question? There is an uncertainty in the population. I would do research and is right or wrong. Correct? I'm talking about what's more important is the hypothesis. Research is very simple. Research question, if you know a hypothesis, you can do a good job. What is hypothesis? Transformation of research question into an operational statement. Research question, don't write. I've seen, when I was asked to do independent review for many of my judges, the research question would run to 4 sentences. By the time you finish the 4th sentence, you have forgotten the first sentence. Let the research question be as precise as possible. But the hypothesis, you can write a paragraph. 6, 8, whatever you want to. So, transformation of research question into an operational statement. This theory, cut and paste I have done, I leave it to you. Let's look at this research question. English parathalva? The results of a living is the number 1 cause of death. You all agree? Can you refute it? Why do you die? We are living. Reasons are so many. So fantastic. Research. Nobody can say no to it. Nobody will give you money also. Okay? So look of Triphala. Please don't ask me what it is. Just picked up, thought about it and wrote. Improve glycemic control in pre-diabetes compared to standards and advice. Let's try. ಬೆಳಿಗ್ಗೆ ಎದ್ದೇಳು ತಿಂಡಿ ತಿನ್ನು ರಾತ್ರಿ ಊಟ ಮಾಡು ಮಲ್ಕೋ ಬೆಳಿಗ್ಗೆ ಸಾಯಂಕಾಲ ಒಂಚೂರು ಎಕ್ಸರ್ಸೈಸ್ ಮಾಡು ಸಾಕು ಲೈಫ್ ಸ್ಟೈಲ್. Does adding Triphala, simple Triphala, improve glycemic control in adults with pre-diabetes, not diabetes? Pre-diabetes, not moving to diabetes, just lifestyle will not help, so Triphala does it. Is it a good question? Who say it's not a good question? Stand up on the bench. Right? It's a good question. Really. Now what is the hypothesis? How did you come up with this question? What's the hypothesis that we can write? I'll come there. Otherwise you'll have to go to an orthopedic surgeon. I'll just come here so that you can see me. Let them have neck creeps. Now, can you hypothesize this? You don't see that? Come here. No, it's just okay. Can you hypothesize? Somebody try. There is Triphala, there is pre-diabetes, there is glycemic control, there is standard lifestyle advice. Your faculty. Triphala Prashna ಏನು what formulation, how much, when, that is hypothesis. Pre-diabetes, guts no, hangs no, young people or old people or very old people, standard lifestyle advice. It is going to be the baseline. Standard lifestyle advice, wherever you go, it's the same. But the variables are Triphala, pre-diabetics, adults, male, female, and all that. So I have written a small hypothesis. Daily administration of Triphala for 12 weeks, you can give amount also. I didn't know the amount, I didn't write. Will result in a statistically significant reduction in fasting blood glucose levels compared to lifestyle. Then you make it a small research question. Okay? I will give my slides, don't take a picture. Still takes a picture. Does a personalized Ayurvedic diet based on Prakriti assessment improve markers of metabolic syndrome more effectively than standard calorie restricted diet? I'm not going to talk much because you're all Ayurvedic people. Prakriti. Dr. Shetty, I spoke about this. Let me tell you, from 2015 onwards, there are plenty of studies and they have come up with Ayur genomics. Are there genetic disposition? They have done it. It's what
Your presence elevates the value and solemnity of his worship. I request Dr. B. Gurubasaraj sir, Professor Emeritus Emeritus to have a few words about the event, about the health station.
देख बिहार के नहीं
We are proud of this particularly for the participant. Learning is a continuous process. It is well said. Sanskrit. ಪಾದಮಾನತೆ ಆಚಾರ್ಯ
ಒಂದಕ್ಕೆ ಕನೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿರಲಿಲ್ಲ ಅದಾಗಿರಲಿ
ಜಿಜ್ಞಾಸೆ
ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕ್ರ್ಯಾಶ್ ಆಗಿತ್ತು
ಪಾದಮಾನತೆ ಸೊ ಲರ್ನಿಂಗ್ ಇಸ್ ಕಂಟಿನ್ಯೂಸ್
ಬರಲ್ಲ
I am more delighted to get honored here, though I was honored in Rajendra and other places. Government Higher Education is my institute where I learned 50 years back. So, ನಮ್ಮ ಮನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಮಗೆ ಒಂದು ರೆಕಗ್ನೈಸ್ ಸಿಕ್ಕಾಗ ಈಗ ಸಂತೋಷ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಸಂತೋಷಕ್ಕೆ ಕಾರಣ ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ನಿಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಪೂರ್ಣವಾಗಿ ವಂದಿಸಿ ಒಳ್ಳೆಯದಾಗಿದೆ.
Thank you so much, sir. In this hall filled with knowledge seekers and dedicated educators, it is a matter of great pride to invite our esteemed principal, Dr. Venkat Krishna Devi sir, to deliver the presidential address.
ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ಈಗ ನಾನು ಭಾಳ ಹೊತ್ತು ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಾ ಬರೋಲ್ಲ. ಇಷ್ಟೆಲ್ಲ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಆದಮೇಲೆ ನಾನು ಮಾತಾಡೋದು ಕಷ್ಟ. ಪ್ರೆಸಿಡೆನ್ಷಿಯಲ್ ಅಡ್ರೆಸ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ನಿಲ್ಲಿಸಿರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. ಅನುಸಂಧಾನದ ರಂಗಪ್ಪ ಅವರಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಹೆಗ್ಡೆ ಅವರಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ರಾಮಚಂದ್ರ ಶೆಟ್ಟಿ ಅವರಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಶೇಖರ್ ಅವರಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಈ ಅನುಸಂಧಾನದ ಪರಿಮಳವನ್ನು ಸೂಸುವಂತಹ ಹೂಗಳನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಸೇರಿಸಿರುವಂತಹ ಧಾರವಾಡ ಶಣೈ ಅವರಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಜೊತೆಗೆ ನನ್ನೊಂದಿಗೆ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡುವಂಥ ನಮ್ಮ ಕಾಲೇಜಿನ ಅಧ್ಯಾಪಕ ವರ್ಗ, ಎಸ್ಪೆಷಲಿ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಭರ್ತೇಶ್, ಸಂದೀಪ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಅನಿತಾ, ಬೇರೆಯವರೆಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಅದರಲ್ಲೇನು ಇಲ್ಲ. ಹೆಸರು ಹೇಳಕ್ಕೆ ಅಂತ ಕೆಲವಷ್ಟೇ ಹೇಳಿದೆ. FDP ಯಾಕೆ ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಮತ್ತೆ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ. ಶಸ್ತ್ರ ಮತ್ತು ಶಾಸ್ತ್ರ ಉಪಯೋಗಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರೆ ಅದು ಮಡ್ಡ ಆಗುತ್ತಂತೆ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಪದೇ ಪದೇ ಅದರ ಚಿಂತನೆ ಆಗಬೇಕು, ಮಂಥನ ಆಗಬೇಕು, ಅದರಿಂದ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆಗಳು ಹುಟ್ಟಬೇಕು. ಆಗ ಮಾತ್ರ ನಾವು ಬಳಸೋದು ಅಂದರೆ ನಾವು ಅಪ್ಡೇಟ್ ಆಗಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಅಂತ. ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಅಡ್ರೆಸ್ ಕೇಳ್ತೀವಿ, ಎಷ್ಟೊಂದು ನಮಗೆ ಈಗ ನಮಗೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದೀವಲ್ವ, ಈ ಮತ್ತೆ ನಾವು ಅದು ರೂಢಿಸ್ಕೋಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಮತ್ತೆ ನಮಗೆ ನೆನಪಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ಇಲ್ಲಾಂದರೆ ಅದು ಹಾಗೆ ನೆನಪಿನ ಸುಳಿಗಳು ಹೋಗ್ಬಿಟ್ರೆ. ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ನಾನು ಶನೈಯವರಿಗೆ ಒಂದೇ ಒಂದು ಸೆಂಟೆನ್ಸ್ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೆ ಅಷ್ಟೇ. ಅದು ಇವತ್ತು ಇಷ್ಟು ದೊಡ್ಡ ಮಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಆಗಿದೆ ಅದು. ಮತ್ತು ನಾನು ಈ ಕಾಲೇಜಿನ ಪ್ರಿನ್ಸಿಪಾಲ್ ಆಗಿ ಚಾರ್ಜ್ ತೊಗೊಂಡು 2 ತಿಂಗಳು 9 ದಿನ ಆಗಿದೆ ಅಷ್ಟೇ, ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಆಗಿಲ್ಲ. ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೆ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ಇದು. ಯಾಕಂದರೆ ಫ್ಯಾಕಲ್ಟಿಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ರಿಸರ್ಚ್ನ ಇದನ್ನು ಬೆಳೆಸ್ಬೇಕು. ಅವರಿಗೂ ಇಂಟ್ರೆಸ್ಟ್ ಇತ್ತು, ಸರ್ ಮಾಡೋಣ ಸರ್ ರಿಸರ್ಚ್ ಏನಾದರೂ ಒಂದು ವರ್ಕ್ಶಾಪ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ. ಸೊ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಇನ್ನೂ ಮಾತಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಭಾಳಷ್ಟು ಜನ ಇದ್ದಾಯಿತು. ಅವರ ಎಲ್ಲ ರಿಸರ್ಚ್ ರಿಸರ್ಚ್ನ ರಿಲೇಟೆಡ್ ಬೇಕಾದಷ್ಟು ಅಂದರೆ ಕಾಂಪ್ರಹೆನ್ಸಿವ್ ಆಗಿರಬೇಕು ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಟಾಪಿಕ್ನ ನಾವು ಸೆಲೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಅದನ್ನು ಎಲ್ಲ ಅವ್ರ ಕಡೆಯಿಂದ ನಾಲೆಡ್ಜ್ ಪಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಅನುಸಂಧಾನದ ಬುದ್ಧಿಮತ್ತೆಯನ್ನು ಹೆಚ್ಚಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. ಮತ್ತು ಬಂದಿರುವಂತಹ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಾಲೇಜಿನ ಫ್ಯಾಕಲ್ಟೀಸ್ಗೆ ಮತ್ತು ಕಳಿಸ್ಕೊಟ್ಟಂಥ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಮ್ಯಾನೇಜ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಅವರಿಗೆ, ಸರ್ಕಾರಿ ನ್ಯಾಚುರೋಪತಿ ಮತ್ತು ಯೋಗ ಮಹಾವಿದ್ಯಾಲಯ ಮತ್ತು ರಿಸರ್ಚ್ ಸೆಂಟರ್ ಕಡೆಯಿಂದ ನಾನು ಅಭಿನಂದನೆಗಳು ಹಾಗೂ ಅಭಿವಂದನೆಗಳು ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ. ಇಷ್ಟು ಹೇಳಿ ನನ್ನ ಮಾತು ಮುಗಿಸ್ತೀನಿ. ಮುಂದಿನ ಬೇಕಾದಷ್ಟು ಬೇರೆ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಗಳಿದೆ, ಸೊ ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ನಾನು ಬಹಳ ಚುಟುಕಾಗಿ ನಾನು ಮುಗಿಸ್ತೀನಿ. ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು.
ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು ಸರ್. As every beautiful journey deserves a thoughtful conclusion, I now invite Dr. Anita H, Assistant Professor, Government Nature Cure and Yoga Medical College, Mysore, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Thank you, Lord. Gratitude is the fairest blossom which springs from the soul. A very good afternoon, Manila. On behalf of Government Nature Cure and Yoga Medical College and Hospital, in association with Government Ayurveda Research Center, Mysore, it is my honor and privilege to deliver my vote of thanks for today's faculty development workshop. Let me begin by expressing heartfelt gratitude to the distinguished personalities who graced the dais and elevated today's program with their presence. Firstly, I'd like to thank the inaugural guest, Professor K.S. Rangappa sir, former VC, University of Mysore and KSU. Sir, your towering contribution to the academic community and your inspiring presence today have truly motivated all of us. Thank you, sir. I'm very honored to thank Professor S.N. Nagade sir, former VC, University of Mysore. Sir, your depth of experience and your every encouraging words have added great dignity to this event. Thank you, sir. I'd like to extend my warm thanks for Dr. M.A. Shekhar sir, former VC, Adichachuri Medical Institute. Sir, your insightful presence and your continued encouragement towards academic excellence and meaningful research is truly admirable, sir. Thank you, sir. I extend my heartfelt thanks to Dr. Gurbaraj sir, Professor Emeritus. Your lifelong dedication to the academic growth and your humility continues to inspire our entire fraternity. Thank you, sir. His vision, leadership and constant support have been the backbone of today's workshop. I am very privileged to thank our principal, Dr. Venkat Krishna sir, for guiding the entire team towards the successful event. Thank you, sir. I would like to thank Dr. Lakshmi Dharan sir. Sir, your meticulous planning, tireless dedication ensured every detail was perfect. This event would not have been possible without your unwavering commitment. Thank you, sir. So I extend my heartfelt thanks to Dr. Bharti sir, RMO, for your continuous support and encouragement. Thank you, sir. In their absence, I would also like to thank Nanchun officer and Mrs. Shulatha ma'am, administrative officers. Your efforts and constant support for the faculty behind the screen is truly inspiring. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Also extend Dr. Sandeep sir, organizing secretary, who joined a hand with me and worked very hard in making this event very meaningful. Thank you, sir. Also like to extend my warm thanks to his presence, sir. Very importantly, to all faculty members and scholars who actively took part in today's program. Thank you for your enthusiasm and commitment to learning. And also I like to thank Dr. Devaki ma'am for your presence and supporting throughout the program, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Last but not the least, my heartfelt faculty, non-faculty, students, union members of GS Standard Week.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for the Anita for delivering the vote of thanks and organizing the function very well. And Dr. Sandeep also. Thank you so much, Dr. Sandeep and Dr. Anita.
I request no one to leave the hall. Now the scientific session is going to begin. Please stay back.
ಅಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಕನೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗ್ತದೆ. ದಟ್ಸ್ ಒಂದು ಇಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಆಫ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಚಾರ್ಜ್ ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ ಸಿ 16 ತಾನೆ. ಬ್ಯಾನರ್ ಅಲ್ಲಲ್ಲ PPT ಬ್ಯಾನರ್ ಪ್ರೋಗ್ರಾಮ್.
Once again, a very good afternoon. I request all the faculties to be present. With immense pleasure, I welcome you all to the scientific session of our program. Today we gather to share knowledge, explore new perspectives and engage in meaningful discussion that will enrich our understanding and strengthen our professional community. I request Mangalini sir to take the session. And I request Chatya sir to co-chair the session. I request Dr. Soumya to give an introduction about the speaker.
good afternoon to all the participants over here. It's given me a immense pleasure to great of honor to welcome our distinguished guest of today's faculty development program, Dr. Ramchandra Shetty sir. Ramchandra Shetty sir is a renowned academician, researcher, and teacher in the field of physics. Dr. Ramchandra Shetty sir is presently serving as a director in advanced research and development, Rajiv Gandhi University's Health Sciences, Bengaluru. Sir has more than 3 decades of academic and research experience. Sir has served in various prestigious institutions and held a key leadership position, including principal, professor, chairman of board of studies, and Sir is an intensive researcher with over 150 publications in national and international journals, with the impact of H index and the G index. Even sir has present over 100 research papers in the national and international conference, and sir has guided more than 70 postgraduates and 10 PhD scholars. With this remarkable contribution, sir has earned numerous honors, including a Best Teacher Award, Fellowship in Indian Pharmacological Society. Today we are truly fortunate to have such an inspiring personality with us to enlighten and motivate us to his valuable insight in the faculty development program. On behalf of all the management committee and all, I extend welcome to Dr. Ramchandra Shetty sir for very enriched and enlightened session, and thank you for everyone for giving this opportunity. Now I'm back to the diatribe.
Before my topic, I would like to hints on diversity. We were talking about workshop. Workshop is the word used for a garage where a machine, a non-living thing is repaired. We are telling that it is a workshop of human beings. No. Somewhere else something is missing. Hence, I call this one as Ananda Shala. I think now onwards we can use it as Ananda Shala. Otherwise, okay, this is one thing. Another thing, I want to talk about observational scientist. Till now, you have heard about experimental scientist. My grandma, Angutika's job. She used to tell a small neonate baby was sleeping, and we were kids, we were making galata. My grandma was telling, hey baby, Mogu Maligide, galati Marbedi, Mogu Maligida Belgute, Mogu Maligida Belgute. Today, science says, during sleep, growth hormone is released. Is it not wonderful observation? She might have observed thousands of neonates. Another small example about observational scientist. Same Angustika chalk, Hepato, Odila. She used to tell when a small kids salivate more, that baby will learn to speak more. And she used to tell, if salivates more, then what a beautiful observation. Today, science says, for salivation, acetylcholine is required. If acetylcholine is not there, salivation is stopped and there will be a sludge. You see how the observation is. And today, for all these Alzheimer's disease, we give a drug which enhances the acetylcholine in the brain. That means acetylcholine retards the progression of Alzheimer's disease, or it improves the cognition. With this, I want to add one more thing to this, that is Janapada Vijnana. It is not Janapada Sahitya. All these things comes under Janapada Vijnana. Okay, we shall go to this. Research proposals for grant and sensitization lecture. Before going to the research proposals and what shall be, we have to list out what are the granting or funding agencies in India, Department of Science and Technology. We shall have to remember this is the largest funding agency which can give up to 5 crores. If you take any, and even equivalent is Department of Biotechnology. Council for Science, CSIR, Ministry of Earth Sciences, Science and Engineering Research Board, SET, DST, DAE, Science and Engineering Research Council, SET, UGC in the way name indicates, University Grants Commission. Probably this will be this is monitoring the overall higher education, but in the present winter session of the Parliament, a new act is going to be enacted or introduced a bill known as Higher Education Council of India Bill 2023. If that is introduced, UGC will be merged with it. ICMR, that is for medical research, Ayush Department. There are other agencies like DRDO, private funding agencies like Tata's and other private funding agencies. In addition to that, there are certain industry funding research can also be taken. Depending on the grant amount, the grants are divided into major research grant project, minor research project. Even for researcher, there are 3 types of grants. You see, I am talking about the principal investigator and co-investigator in case of major research project and minor research project. But for the students or the scholars who want to undertake the research, as the beginning for PhD or for any research project, they are eligible to apply for senior research fellow, first junior research fellow, which is around 33,000 rupees per month. Now I heard it has been increased. I don't be eligible to apply for SRF. Then after your PhD, one can be taken research associate or post PhD or post doctoral fellowships. In addition, there are research assistants for retired people like Professor Emeritus, national professors, etc. if they project the research proposal to those agencies. Categories of research funds. In how many categories they will be giving research fund? Human capacity building programs, that is skilling. Institutional capacity building programs, that is MODOPS. All India Council for India, All India this will be giving for MODOPS. That means obsolete instruments can be deleted and fresh upgraded instrument can be added to the research institutions. Okay. Then research development, R&D development program, innovation and technology development programs, science for society programs, collaborative and integrated research projects. These are the types of research funds that are available for researchers to apply. You can apply depending on your area of interest. What is a research proposal then? Research proposal is a document written by a researcher that provides a detailed description of the proposed program. It's like an outline of the entire research process that gives the summary of the information discussed in the project. That means what I am going to do, what is possible outcome. will be there in our project. It not only record the requirement phase-wise progression, but phase 1 point. You see, whenever you apply the PhD proposals, what you will do, 4 to 6 months is only, your proposal will be containing in first year, what will be doing, second year, what will be doing, like that phase-wise, Similarly, it will be having phase-wise progression of the research. Even when we give a research project in Rajiv Gandhi University, ours is only 2 years project. For faculty, we do up to 20 lakhs. This time we have selected 57 such faculty in Rajiv Gandhi University. Last year, this year it was 42. So there we will be giving 50% of the grant for the beginning, then 25% of the grant, then 15% of the grant. After the publication and after submit the report, that paper, we will be remaining 10%. Like that, in 4 phases, we give funding. Similarly, after first release, we will send a monitoring committee for the progression, to assess the progression of the project. That is how Rajiv Gandhi University use. That's what is the progression means. Importance of research project. It helps to understand what the researcher intends to do. Research proposal can serve as a contract for the project. This is a contract because funding agency makes a contract. Before I give any funding, we will take undertaking, we will take affiliate. All those things, the necessary things will be secured before submission of the or before release of the grant. And research proposals can be starting place for discussion and execution. What is this means? You see, discussion in the end of the research project is different. Discussion in the beginning of the proposal is different. Discussion in the beginning of the proposal will be convincing the experts in release of funds. You have to convince. You see, I will tell you how it is difficult. We have called for faculty research grant. When we called for faculty research grant, 490 to 90 faculty members have applied. In the first phase of the faculty, we send those proposals to the internal evaluator and the external evaluator. If we get more than 70% of the marks, we have allotted 80% of the marks for it. Out of which, if you get 56 or above, we call them for the presentation in front of the research advisory committee, which is consisting of experts. Out of 490, we could get only 187 people for presentation. Out of 187, only 57%. This is how it is difficult to get grant. That's why I am telling you, discussion plays a role. Here the discussion begins on research gap, innovation, and to fill the gap, what is your research question, and to get the gap filled, what are your objectives, and what is your methodology to adopt it. This is the thing which we are going to assess. Finally, as a director, I involve in budget verification. Because monitoring, you see, one person has asked for 20 lakhs. 20 lakhs. Assessment people and I decided to do 4 lakh people. There also, because it is public money. This is public money. I cannot distribute like that. I shall be accountable and I am answerable. Therefore, a transparent position, a transparent discussion will be going on there. Then, it also helps in phase and time-bound execution of it. It helps in budget and requirements. That's what I was talking about. It helps in estimation of, is it possible to have this? This is our question. This advantage, fund to support the research. First advantage when you submit, the advantage is that if it is a right research project, you will get funding. Our to clinically evaluate this. No one will give fund like that. There were influencers rejected for both projects. 3 were rejected from my office. That is how the transparency in R&D department is taken. To keep focusing on the research project, to help in generating novel ideas. Novelty is the very first and foremost thing we assess in Rajiv Gandhi University for grant. Novelty, first question I pose, what is the novelty for this? And there is one person, expert, sitting in the thing with a software. He will put your keywords in the software and he will find whether it is done or not. There will be several research papers that will be appearing in the software if it is a repetitive one. For normally, not only RBI, for any research funding agency, they will be giving for novel work but not for repetitive work. If also you see, someone has done this work in Orissa, no work is done in Karnataka, so I want to do here. Very minimum possibility of getting that. If at all, if it is like SNAT sir was telling, there is a particular difference in that work and particular difference here. Then if you are able to convince that type of repetitive work, that is geographical variability has to be proved behind now. Geographical, if you prove geographical variability behind now, then only such projects will be considered. Otherwise, repetitive projects, no. Then types of proposals, internal research proposals, external research proposals. In internal, again, there are academic research proposals and non-academic research proposals. External, solicited research proposals and unsolicited research proposals. We will understand what it is. Internal, academic is an academic proposal in the first step to introducing thesis or a major project. Its intent is to convince a supervisor or academic committee that your topic and approach are sound and it may fetch degrees for. It may fetch degrees for. Non-academic, this is one of the norm for degree requirement, is not for degree requirement that is submitted by university or college leader to some research organization. Then solicited proposals are those are written and submitted in response to the issuance of a request for proposal. That means they will call ICMR, will call in a particular time what are the, please who are interested, you can apply for grant in so and so area. That is solicited. A document that identifies a specific research problem of interest to the funding agency. That's what I am telling you. For example, Rajiv Gandhi University also used thematic research project. During the dengue endemic, we gave research project for dengue research. Similarly, COVID research, we gave around 15 lakhs for COVID research. So, what I mean here is, a solicited research project is applied to a funding agency for the area in which they call for. They call for. And interested investigator then submits a concept or white paper deeply outlining their proposal solution to the problem. If the funding agency or a company is interested, they may request that the investigator submit the full proposal on the particular topic for funding. When unsolicited proposal, those proposals that are submitted by investigators in response to a general topic. That's what I was telling you. Rajiv Gandhi University of Health Sciences gave a general call for submission of faculty research proposal. It may be Ayurvedic research, medical research, dental research, anything. Even we are giving one more type of research project, that is collaborative research project. If any affiliated college researcher bring a joint venture with national premier institutions like IASC, Jawaharlal Nehru Advanced Research and HCD, Human Genetic Center, we give total of the proposal, the researcher will give us 60 lakhs collaborative research. Last time we gave for 7 such projects. So that is general calling. Thematic is solicitation. Then components of the research proposal. Introduction. Please, when you write the introduction, don't write the story. It should be as precise as possible. No evaluator is having time to ever go through everything. So it should be more specific. What is being done and what is yet to be done. What is the research ground? Justification of the choice of the topic. That is we call in valuable university need for the study. Need for the study, research question and hypothesis. Research question and hypothesis. Here actually for research question and hypothesis I have got a separate path, I will not go into that. Then statement of problem. That must be the problem statement describes the context for the study and it also identifies the general analysis approach should indicate why the research need to be done and what will be its relevance, which conveys information about the research problem. Actually, the whole concept generation and identification of the research problem is the most important aspect in the proposal writing. If you don't identify a specific focused research problem, I will tell you one research project I received from my own student and I scolded him and rejected. That's a different thing. He has written synthesis, characterization and pharmacological evaluation of some novel tetracyclic compounds in treating some prevalent diseases. What nucleus of the compound is synthesized is not mentioned in the title. Okay? What disease is targeted is not mentioned. Some novel compound, some novel prevalent diseases. Such type of titling will be rejected at the first stage itself. At the first stage itself. It should be more focused because funding agency is interested in funding the research, not to target. At the same time, funding agency is interested to judiciously award the grants. That's why when you want to go for judicious awarding of the grants, it should be focused. It should be focused and well designed. Literature review, very recent, relevant literature has to be written in the proposal. Please don't write 150 literature statements in proposal. Only relevant and latest shall be there. If it is more, just like your literature review in the thesis, we read 200 research papers, am I right? No. This is not research project or research thesis. It is proposal. Therefore, crispy, most relevant, most late, that is the most recent papers has to be quoted in literature review, which shall, again this is a rider, which shall have or which shall indicate the research gaps and research extent. Research, the extent of research done, the extent of research and the gap. You should mention that gap. Don't give more and more research things like that. Then, if you see theoretical framework and all those things, then literature shall contain all the relevant information. It shall also give direction, schematic diagram, etc. Objectives. The objective shall be clear and without any ambiguity. That's what many people are doing with ambiguity. Do you know why? What is the reason of adding ambiguity? People are not convinced about their concept. Whether they are not convinced about the feasibility of the concept or feasibility of the research. Therefore, whatever I get, let it be a research. Let it be. Therefore, they want to go for ambiguity see their objectives, or they will go for more broader and non-focused titles, non-focused hypothesis. Therefore, there shall not be any ambiguity. The objective shall also indicate what is going to be done in research. It also indicates what is going to be achieved. The objectives will be classified as primary objectives and secondary objectives depending on the plan of research. You see, primary objectives, for example, I will tell you, I want to go for studying the drug-drug interaction when multiple drugs are given. My primary objective is to find out the possibility of drug-drug interaction. Then what can be secondary objective? Because there is no, I told that I will give you I want technician. I want to give monthly 15,000 rupees for 2 years. You see, my proposal is there. Up to only 30% of the budget can be given for manpower, and we don't want to give any instrumentation. We give only consumables, chemicals, equipments, or sometimes it is a survey type of research, traveling. But some people will be around 1% has written, that's what they have been reduced from 20 lakhs to 4 lakh 19,000, because around 12 lakhs was been handed for the manpower. This is how scrutiny will be done at the university level. Please try to understand. And it shall record the phase of research, what we will do, second what we will do, third year what we will do. Like that, you should mention. It shall record the total duration required in the district timeline. Normally, we don't do projects beyond 2 years. You should plan your work within 2 years. And we will give 6 months excess for publication. We may give 6 months excess for publication. Beyond that, there will be memos, there will be reminders, and so on. Things will follow. Therefore, you should be careful. Then, it is advisable to do detailed time schedule. The phases of work shall be clear and it shall be sequential and not episodic. Very important. ನಾವು ಏನೇನೋ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ, ಮದುವೆ ಮಾಡೋದು, ಕೊನೆ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ, ಮಧ್ಯದ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ, ಇನ್ನೇನೋ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. ನಾವು ಒಂದಾಗಬೇಕು, ಬರೆಯೋದು ಹಾಗೆ ಬರಬೇಕು, ಡಿಸೈನಿಂಗ್ ಹಾಗೆ ಬರಬೇಕು. ಈ ಉದಾಹರಣೆ ಯಾವುದೋ ಒಂದು ಆಯುರ್ವೇದಿಕ್ ಡ್ರಗ್ ಪ್ರಿಪ್ರೇಷನ್ ಕೊನೆ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ ಅಂತ ಬರೋದು, ಆಮೇಲೆ ನಾನು ಯಾವುದು ಮಾರ್ಕೆಟ್ ಇಂದ ಬಂದಿರೋದು ಪ್ರಿಪ್ರೇಷನ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಮೊದಲ ಪೇಷಂಟ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಂತ ಬರೋದು. ನೀವೇನು ಮಾಡ್ತೀರೋ ಅದನ್ನು ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡರ್ಡೈಸ್ ಮಾಡೋದು 2ನೇ ಭಾಗ. ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡರ್ಡೈಸ್ ಆದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಹ್ಯೂಮನ್ ಬೀಯಿಂಗ್ಸ್ ಕೊಡೋದು 3ನೇ ಭಾಗ. ಅದನ್ನ ಬಿಟ್ಟು ನಾನು 3ನೇ ಭಾಗ ಮೊದಲು ಮಾಡಿ ಆಮೇಲೆ ಎಲ್ಲೋ ಮಾರ್ಕೆಟ್ ತಂದಿರೋದು ನಾನು ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡರ್ಡೈಸ್ ಮಾಡಿ ದಿಸ್ ಇಸ್ ಮೈ ಪ್ರಿಪರೇಷನ್. No researching or no funding agency will accept, including RPS. There shall not be any sharpness. And one more thing I want to add here, I don't know. When you go for plan of work, majority of the funds shall not be given outsourced. This is what a recent advisory committee meeting experts said. You see, I don't have any facility. What I will do is I will give drug and take out the blood sample and give it to some CFI, CFTR or one private agency to analyze it. For each genetic analysis they are charging 4,000. For 60 samples, 4 into 60, 2,50,000 there is not. And what is the use for this institution? Only giving blood, taking blood sample. We want to enhance the research activity in the institution, not to make some private party rich. This is what we have rejected this time. Please go into that aspect very clearly. Concept, component of research methodology, subject, there are several things. You see, in methodology there are several subject to research. Anti-inflammatory activity of Ayurvedic drug. Give it 12 months. Measure the power limit the subject. If you go for intermittent estimation, if you go for estimation of COX-2, if you go for estimation of other TNF alpha, etc., which are involved in the chronic inflammation, then we consider it as objectives. And there are some interviews and questionnaire. Most of these things are worked by your nursing team. They prepare a standard questionnaire too. I don't want to insult anyone, but I have got one proposal which I was very much annoyed. I was outburst. I apologize that you are a senior professor, but I was outburst because they brought one proposal. You see how this questionnaire proposal is. They want to go for dental. They want to go to the Kalburgi, select 2 colleges, 2 school, government schools, select 150 students, and they will teach them dental hygiene, and they want to come out with what is the impact of dental hygiene intervention in the school going children. And collect how do they know what is to be a ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಪ್ರಾಜೆಕ್ಟ್ ಬಂದಿತ್ತು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ನಾನು ಹೇಗೆ ಫೋಕಸ್ ಇರಬೇಕನ್ನೋ ಕೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. ಸರ್ವೆ ಮಾಡೋಕೆ ನಮ್ಮ ತಲೆಗೆ ಏನು ಅಂತ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಪ್ರಾಜೆಕ್ಟ್ ಬಂದಿತ್ತು. Impact of in training the attendance of diabetic 2 patients on the treatment outcome. ನಾನು ಏನಿಗೆ ಬಂದು ಯಾವಾಗ ಕುಡಿದು ಕೊಡಬೇಕು, ಯಾವಾಗ ಎಕ್ಸರ್ಸೈಸ್ ಮಾಡಿಸ್ಬೇಕು, ವಾಕಿಂಗ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಏನು ಆರ್ಡರ್ ಕೊಡ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಟ್ರೆ ನಿಮಗೆ ಫಂಡಿಂಗ್ ಕೊಡ್ಬೇಕಪ್ಪ ಅಂತ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಅಲ್ಲ ಸರ್. ಇರೋದು ಇನ್ನೇನಿದೆ ನಾನು ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಇನ್ನೇನು ಇದೆ ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ. ಈ ಥರದ ಪ್ರಾಜೆಕ್ಟ್ಗಳನ್ನ ಸರ್ವೆ ಮಾಡಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಡಿ. ಕ್ವಶನ್ಸ್ ಬಹಳ ಚಂದ ಇರಬೇಕು. ಇನ್ನು ಯಾವ್ಯಾವ ಜಾಗದಲ್ಲಿ ಏನೇನು ಚೇಂಜಸ್ ಇದೆ ಅದೆಲ್ಲವನ್ನು ಬಹಳ ಚಂದ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು. ಆದ್ರೆ ಸರ್ವೆ ಟೈಪ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ, ಕ್ವಶನರ್ ಟೈಪ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ ಅಂತ ದಯಮಾಡಿ ನೀವು ಈ ತರದ ಪ್ರಾಜೆಕ್ಟ್ಗಳು ತಂದ್ರೆ ನನ್ನಂತ ತಲೆ ಕೆಟ್ಟವರಿದ್ರೆ ತಕ್ಕಂತ ನಾನು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಅವಕಾಶ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ತಕ್ಕಂತ ಏನು ನಾನು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿರ್ತೀನಿ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ದಯಮಾಡಿ ಆ ತರದ ಪ್ರಾಜೆಕ್ಟ್ಗಳನ್ನ ಬರಿಬೇಡಿ ಅಂತ ರಿಕ್ವೆಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. ಹಾಗೆ ಸರ್ವೇಸ್, ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೆರಿಮೆಂಟಲ್ ಯೂಸ್ ಆಫ್ ಮೆಜರಿಂಗ್ ಡಿವೈಸ್ ಇಸ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್. ನನ್ನ ಹತ್ರ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ ಅದನ್ನ ಯಾಕೆ ಬರೀತಾರೆ? ನನ್ನ ಹತ್ರ ಒಂದು UV ಇರ್ತದೆ ಅಥವಾ ಒಂದು HBS ಇರ್ತದೆ. ನಾನು ಬರೆಯೋದು LCMS ನ ಮಾಡಿಸ್ತೀನಿ. LCMS ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಪ್ರೈವೇಟ್ ಇರ್ತಾನೆ, ನಾವು ತಗೋತೀವಿ. ಅವನು 1500 ರೂಪಾಯಿ ಒಂದು ಸ್ಯಾಂಪಲ್. ಅದನ್ನ ಹೆಂಗೆ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ? ಇದರಲ್ಲೇ ಏನು ಒಳ್ಳೇದು ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದ ನೀವು? ಮೆಜಾರಿಟಿ ಆಫ್ ಫಂಡ್ ಶುಡ್ ಬಿ ಯುಟಿಲೈಸ್ಡ್ ಇನ್ ಯುವರ್ ಕಾಲೇಜ್ ಆರ್ ಇನ್ ಯುವರ್ ಇನ್ಸ್ಟಿಟ್ಯೂಷನ್ ವೇರ್ ರಿಸರ್ಚ್ ಆಕ್ಟಿವಿಟಿ ಇಸ್ ಎನ್ಹಾನ್ಸ್ಡ್. ದಿಸ್ ಶಲ್ ಬಿ ಯುವರ್ ಮೋಟೋ. ಯಾವುದೋ ಕೆಲವು ಸಲ ಇರ್ತದೆ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಇರೋದಿಲ್ಲ, ಬಟ್ ಅದು ಬಹಳ ಎಸೆನ್ಷಿಯಲ್ ಅನಿಸಿದಾಗ, ಸಿಕ್ಕಾಪಟ್ಟೆ ಎಸೆನ್ಷಿಯಲ್ ಅನಿಸಿದಾಗ ಯು ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಥಿಂಕ್ ಆಫ್ ಸಚ್ ಪ್ರಾಜೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆರ್ ಸಚ್ ಪ್ಯಾರಾಮೀಟರ್ಸ್ ಫಾರ್ ಮೆಜರ್ಮೆಂಟ್. ದೆನ್ ಯೂಸ್ ಆಫ್ ರೆಕಾರ್ಡಿಂಗ್ ಡಿವೈಸಸ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ. ಅಂದರೆ BP ಎಲ್ಲ ರೆಕಾರ್ಡಿಂಗ್, ಈಗ ಕಂಟಿನ್ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾನಿಟರಿಂಗ್ ಡಿವೈಸಸ್ ಬರ್ತಾವಲ್ಲ ಮನೆಗಳು ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಬಂತಾರ, ಗ್ಲೂಕೋಸ್ ಮಾನಿಟರಿಂಗ್ ಡಿವೈಸ್ 24 hours ಆ ಥರದ್ದು ಎಲ್ಲ ಇದ್ದಾಗ ಅದನ್ನು ಯೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡಿ. ಅಥವಾ ಡಿವೈಸ್ ಇಟ್ಸೆಲ್ಫ್ ಈಸ್ ಯುವರ್ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಿಟಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಬಿಟ್ಕೊಡೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಆದರೆ ಡಿವೈಸ್ ಇಟ್ಸೆಲ್ಫ್ ಈಸ್ ಯುವರ್ ಡಿಸೈನಿಂಗ್. ಅವಾಗ ಲುಕ್ ಇಟ್ ಫ್ರಮ್ ಎ ಡಿಫರೆಂಟ್ ಆಂಗಲ್. ಈಗ ನಾವು ಡಿವೈಸರ್ ಡಿಸೈನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ವಿ ಸ್ವಾಮಿ, ಹೆಲ್ತ್ ಸೈನ್ಸ್ಗೆ ಸಂಬಂಧಪಟ್ಟ ಡಿವೈಸರ್ ಡಿಸೈನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ವಿ. ನಾವು ಡಿವೈಸ್ ಕೊಡೋದಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಡಿವೈಸ್ ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡಿ ರಿಸರ್ಚ್ ಮಾಡೋದು ಬೇರೆ, ಡಿವೈಸ್ ಡಿಸೈನ್ ಮಾಡಿ ವ್ಯಾಲಿಡೇಷನ್ ಮಾಡೋದು ಬೇರೆ. ಆ ಥರದ್ದು ನೀವು ಯು ಶುಡ್ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಕ್ಲಿಯರ್ ಕಟ್ ಐಡಿಯಾ. ಅದನ್ನು ನಾನು ಹಿಂಗೆ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ, ಇದು ಹಿಂಗೆ ಬೇಕು. ಆ ಥರ ಬಂದಾಗ ನೀವು ನಮ್ಮ ಕಣ್ಣು ನಾನೇ ಬಂದಿದ್ದ ಒಂದು ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಕೇಳಿದ, ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ಅವ್ನು ಇಷ್ಟು ಅಥಾರಿಟೇಟಿವ್ ಆಗಿದ್ದ, ನಿಜಕ್ಕೂ ಖುಷಿ ಆಯ್ತು. ಇಷ್ಟು ಅಥಾರಿಟೇಟಿವ್ ನಾನು ಹಿಂಗೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಿಷ್ಟೇ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಯಾರು ಕೇಳಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಅವ್ನು ಕೇಳಿದ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಆಮೇಲೆ ಇಷ್ಟು ವಿಶೇಷವಾಗಿ ಬಂದಿದ್ದ. ನಾನು ಬಹಳ ದುಗ್ಗನ, ದುಡ್ಡು ಕೊಡೋ ವಿಷಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಮಹಾ ದುಗ್ಗನ. ನಾನು ಕೂಡ 5 ರೂಪಾಯಿ ಕಮ್ಮಿ ಮಾಡಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಎಲ್ಲರ ಹತ್ರ ಅವ್ರ ಕೈ ಹೋಗ್ಬಿಡ್ಬೇಕು, ಕತ್ರಿ ಅವ್ರು ಯಾವಾಗ ಅಂತ ಕತ್ರಿಕಾಯಿ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ನನ್ನ ಹೆಸರಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ಕೂಡ ಕಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಅಷ್ಟು ಜುಡಿಷಿಯಸ್. ಆ ಜುಡಿಷಿಯಸ್ ಇರೋದನ್ನ ಆಲ್ ರಿಸರ್ಚ್ ಫಂಡಿಂಗ್ ಏಜೆನ್ಸೀಸ್ ವಿಲ್ ಅಪ್ರಿಷಿಯೇಟ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಅಪ್ಲಾಡ್. In case of subjective parameters, it shall be well designed and validated scale of parameters shall be made as an example. For example, ನಾವು ಚಟುವಟಿಕೆ ಆಕ್ಟಿವಿಟಿ ಅಂತ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. ಇಟ್ ವಿಲ್ ಬಿ ಪಾರ್ಕಿನ್ಸನ್ ಡಿಸೀಸ್ಗೆ ಮಾಡೆಲ್ ಅದು ವ್ಯಾಲಿಡೇಟೆಡ್ ಎಷ್ಟೇ ಅಂದರೆ ಎಷ್ಟು ಚಂದ ವ್ಯಾಲಿಡೇಟ್ ಭಾಳ ವರ್ಷಗಳಿಂದ ಮಾಡಿರೋದು. ಒಂದು 3 ಕಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಮೇಲೆ ಮೊದಲನೇ ಕಾಲು ಇಳಿತು. ಅದು 10 ಸೆಕೆಂಡ್ ಒಳಗೆ ಕಾಲು ತೆಗಿಲಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೆ 5.5 ಮಾರ್ಕ್ಸ್. ಎಡಗೈ ಬಲಗೈ ಇಟ್ಟರೆ ಆಮೇಲೆ 9 ಇಂಚಿನ ಮೇಲೆ ಇಡ್ತೀವಿ, ಅದು ತೆಗಿಲಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೆ 1 ಮಾರ್ಕ್ಸ್. ಒಟ್ಟು 3.5 ಮಾರ್ಕ್ಸ್ಗೆ ಅದನ್ನ 3.5 ಸ್ಕೋರ್ಗೆ ನಾವು ಅದನ್ನ ಫುಲ್ ಬ್ಲೋನ್ ಕ್ಯಾಟಲಿಟಿಕ್ ಆಕ್ಟಿವಿಟಿ ಅಂತ. ಇದು ವ್ಯಾಲಿಡೇಟೆಡ್ ಥ್ರೂಔಟ್ ವರ್ಲ್ಡ್ ಸಬ್ಜೆಕ್ಟಿವ್ ಪ್ಯಾರಾಮೀಟರ್, ಇದು ವ್ಯಾಲಿಡೇಟೆಡ್. ಆ ಥರ ಕಂಪ್ಲೀಟ್ ವ್ಯಾಲಿಡೇಷನ್ ನಾನೇನೋ ಡಿಸೈನ್ ಮಾಡಿದೆ, ಹಾಗಾದ್ರೆ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಎವಿಡೆನ್ಸ್ ಬರ್ತದೆ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಎವಿಡೆನ್ಸ್ ಯಾಕೆ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ನಾನು ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ, ಮೆಮೊರಿ ಆಕ್ಟಿವಿಟಿ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ ಸರ್. ಅನಿಮಲ್ ಬಹಳ ಸುಂದರವಾದಂಥ ಆಕ್ಟಿವಿಟಿ. ಒಂದು ನೀರಿನ ಬಕೆಟ್ ತಗೊಳ್ತೀವಿ, ದೊಡ್ಡ ಅಗಲದ ಬಕೆಟ್, ನೀರು ತುಂಬಿಸ್ತೀವಿ, ಆ ಮೇಲ್ಗಡೆ ದಾರ ಕಟ್ತೀವಿ, ಪ್ಲಸ್ ಮಾತ್ರ. ಅವಾಗ ನಿಮಗೆ 4 ಕ್ವಾಡ್ರಂಗಲ್ ಕಾಣುತ್ತೆ. ಯಾವುದೋ ಒಂದು ಕ್ವಾಡ್ರಂಗಲ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಬಡಿಗೆ ತುಂಬಿಡ್ತೀವಿ. ಇಲಿ ನನ್ನೊಳಗೆ ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಅದು ಈಜಾಡಕ್ಕೆ ಭಾಳ ಬೇಕಂತ ಸುಸ್ತಾಗ್ತದೆ. ಜಲ್ದಿ ಹೋಗಿ ಆ ಕಡೆಗೆ ತುಂಬಿಟ್ಟು ಕೂತ್ಕೊಂಡು ಅದನ್ನು ಕಲಿಸ್ತೀವಿ. ಹೀಗೆ 10 ಸೆಕೆಂಡ್ಗೆ ಕುಂದಿರ್ಬೇಕು. ಡ್ರಗ್ ಕೊಡ್ತೀವಿ, ಅದನ್ನು ಡ್ರಗ್ ಕೊಡೋದ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಒಂದು 15 ದಿನ ಬಿಟ್ಬಿಟ್ರೆ ಅದು ಅಲ್ಲೇ ಕುಂದಿರೋದೇ ಹುಡುಕಾಡ. ಇನ್ನೂ ಒಂದು ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ, ಅದು ಮೆಮೊರಿ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ ನಮಗೆ ಆ ಕಡೆಗೆ ತುಂಡು ತಂದು ಬಿಡ್ತೀವಿ. ಅದು ಅದೇ ಪಾಂಡ್ರಂಗಲ್ಲಿ ತಿರುಗ್ತಿರ್ತದೆ, ಐದು ಬಿಡುತ್ತಾ ಇರ್ತದೆ. ಇವೆಲ್ಲ ಚಂದದ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೆರಿಮೆಂಟ್, ವ್ಯಾಲಿಡೇಟೆಡ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೆರಿಮೆಂಟ್. ನಾನು ಹೇಳ್ತಿರೋದು ಇದು ಸಬ್ಜೆಕ್ಟಿವ್ ಬರ್ತದೆ. ನಾನು ಯಾಕೆ ಸಬ್ಜೆಕ್ಟಿವ್ ಅವಾಗ ಏನು ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ, ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನನ್ನ ಮೆಮೊರಿ ಕಮ್ಮಿ ಆಗಿದೆ ಅಂದಾಗ ಬ್ರೇಕ್ ಬಿಡ್ತೀನಿ. ಬ್ರೇಕ್ ಇದು ಗ್ಲೂಟಮೇಟು, ಗ್ಲೈಸಿನ್ನು, ಸಿರೋಟೋನಿನ್ನು, ಏನು ACH ಏನಿದೆ, ಅಥವಾ ACH ಕೋಲಿನೆಸ್ಟ್ರೆಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. ACH ಡೈರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮೆಜರ್ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕಾಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಎಸ್ಟಿಮೇಟ್ ಇನ್ ಟರ್ಮ್ಸ್ ಆಫ್ ಕೋಲಿನೆಸ್ಟ್ರೆಸ್ ಮೆಜರ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಕ್ಯಾರಿ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. Subjective and objective, both of them are carried. This is how one has to design the subjective or objective value. In case of survey, clear cut, well designed. That's what I am telling you. Validated questionnaire. Nursing research, ಎಲ್ಲವೂ ಕೂಡ most of them are depending on the validated questionnaire. How international questionnaires are. International tools are there. When they go for international tools, that will be already validated and they will adapt to their condition and revalidate, then they will adapt it to the supplementary question and clear matters. In case of experimental and objective parameters, instrument used and procedure adopted shall be applied. Here ನಾನು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೇನೆ ACH estimation ಏನು ಮಾಡ್ತೇವಪ್ಪ, ಇನ್ನು ACH ಅಂತ ಬಂದು ನಮ್ಮ ಮಧ್ಯೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗ್ತದೆ, ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ನನಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆ. ಅದೇ ನೀವು ಕೋಲಿನೆಸ್ಟ್ರೆಸ್ ಎಸ್ಟಿಮೇಷನ್ ಏನು ಮಾಡ್ತಪ್ಪ, HPX ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. ನಿಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ HPX ಇದೆನಪ್ಪ, HPX ಎಷ್ಟು ಸಾಲ್ವೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಬೇಕಪ್ಪ, HPX ಗ್ರೇಡ್ ಸಾಲ್ವೆಂಟ್ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಎಷ್ಟು ಬೇಕಪ್ಪ, ಅಲ್ಲಿರೋ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪರ್ಟ್ಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ರಿಸರ್ಚ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಬಂದು ಕೂತಿರ್ತಾರೆ, ಯಾರು ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನಿಮಗೆ ತೊಂದರೆ ಆಗ್ತದೆ. Then in case of interventional study, the mode of intervention should be mentioned. Intervention should be treatment is the intervention. Treatment to animal or human beings. ನೀವು ಅದು ಏನು ನೋಡಿ, ನಿಮಗೆ IV ಕೊಡ್ತೀಯೋ, ಟ್ಯಾಬ್ಲೆಟ್ ಓರಲ್ ಕೊಡ್ತೀಯೋ, ಅಥವಾ IM ಕೊಡ್ತಿರೋ, SC ಕೊಡ್ತಿರೋ, ಒಂದು ಸಬ್ಕ್ಯೂಟೇನಿಯಸ್ ಕೊಡ್ತಿರೋ, ಅಥವಾ ಬರೇ ಮಸಾಜ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು ಕೂಡ ಬರೇ ಮಸಾಜ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು ಕೂಡ ನಮಗೆ ದಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಇಂಟರ್ವೆನ್ಷನ್. ನ್ಯಾಚುರಲ್ ದಶಪಿತ ಡಿಟಾಕ್ಸಿಫಿಕೇಶನ್ ಅಂತೆಲ್ಲ ಅದನ್ನ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಇಂಟರ್ವೆನ್ಷನ್ ಏನು, ದಟ್ ಯು ಶುಡ್ ಬಿ ರೆಕಾರ್ಡೆಡ್ ಇನ್ ಯುವರ್ protocol. In case of any involving human beings or animals, it is very important. ಯಾಕೆ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲೊಬ್ರು ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಸುದರ್ಶನ್ ಅಂತ ಈಸ್ ಸೀನಿಯರ್ ಮೋಸ್ಟ್ ಎಥಿಕಲ್ ಕಮಿಟಿ ಕ್ಲಿಯರ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಎಥಿಕಲ್ ಕಮಿಟಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಸರ್ವ್ ಮಾಡಿರೋರು, ಸುಮಾರು 54 ಎಥಿಕಲ್ ಕಮಿಟಿಗಳನ್ನ ಅಸೆಸ್ ಮಾಡಿರೋರು, ಅನೇಕ ಎಥಿಕಲ್ ಕಮಿಟಿಗಳ ಚೇರ್ಮನ್. ಅವ್ರು ಬರ್ತಾರೆ, ನೋಡಿ ಸರ್ ನಾನು ನೀವು ಕರೆದಿರಿ, ನನಗೆ ಅದೊಂದು ಕೊಟ್ಬಿಟ್ರೆ ನಾನು ಬೇರೆ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಮಾಡೋದು ಅಂತ. ಮೊದಲು ಬಂದ ಕೂಡಲೇ ಎಥಿಕಲ್ ಕ್ಲಿಯರ್ ಸರ್ಟಿಫಿಕೇಟ್ ಆಗ್ತದೆ, ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ನನಗೆ ಅಲ್ಲೇ ಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟೇಷನ್ ಇದು ಆಲ್ಸೋ ಮಾಡೋದು. ಈ ವರ್ಷ 14 ಜನರನ್ನು ಕಳಿಸಿ, 14 ಜನರನ್ನು ಕಳಿಸಿ. ಹಾಗೇನೆ IIEC ಇದು ಇನ್ಸ್ಟಿಟ್ಯೂಷನಲ್ ಅನಿಮಲ್ ಎಥಿಕ್ಸ್ ಕಮಿಟಿ. ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಸೆಂಟ್ರಲ್ ಗವರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಕಮಿಟಿ ಇದೆ, ಎನ್ವಿರಾನ್ಮೆಂಟಲ್ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟ್ರಿ ಕಮಿಟಿ ಫಾರ್ ಕಂಟ್ರೋಲ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಸೂಪರ್ವಿಷನ್ ಆಫ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೆರಿಮೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಆನ್ ಅನಿಮಲ್ಸ್, CCSEA. ನಾನು ಅದನ್ನ ಮೆಂಬರ್ ಕೂಡ ಆಗಿದ್ದೆ. ಈ ಅವ್ರ ಈ IAS ಅಂತ ಬರ್ತದೆ. ಇವರು ಅನಿಮಲ್ ಮೇಲೆ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೆರಿಮೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡೋದನ್ನ ಬಿ ಅಂತ ಇರುತ್ತೆ, ಅದು ತಗೊಂಡು ಅಪ್ರೂವ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಯಾವ ಅನಿಮಲ್ ಮೇಲೆ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೆರಿಮೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಾ, ಎಷ್ಟು ಅನಿಮಲ್ ಮೇಲೆ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೆರಿಮೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಾ, ಏನು ಪ್ರೊಸೀಜರ್ ಅಲ್ಲ. ಇವು ಮೂರನ್ನು ಅಪ್ರೂವ್ ತಗೋಬೇಕು. ಸೇಮ್ ಇನ್ ಕೇಸ್ ಆಫ್ IAS. ಈ ಅಪ್ರೂವಲ್ ಇಲ್ಲದೆ ಇದ್ರೆ ತೋರಿಸ್ತಾರೆ. ಇನ್ ಕೇಸ್ ಆಫ್ ಸ್ಟಡಿ ಇನ್ವಾಲ್ವಿಂಗ್ humans, before the beginning of the work, you should give an undertaking that I will take the informed consent as to be mentioned. ನಾನು informed consent ತಗೊಳ್ತೀನಿ. informed consent ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಏನು? ನಾನು ನನ್ನ ವಾಲಂಟಿಯರ್ಸ್ಗೆ ನೋಡಪ್ಪ ಇಂತಿಂತ ರೋಗಕ್ಕೆ ಇಂತಿಂತ ಔಷಧ ಇದೆ, ನಿನಗೆ ಇದನ್ನು ಕೊಡ್ತೀನಿ, ನಿನಗೆ ಇದನ್ನು ಕೊಡ್ತೀನಿ, ಹಿಂಗೆ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ, ಇದರಿಂದ ಇಂತಿಂತ ಸೈಡ್ ಎಫೆಕ್ಟ್ ಬರ್ತದೆ, ಈ ಸೈಡ್ ಎಫೆಕ್ಟ್ ಇಂದ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಏನು ತೊಂದರೆ ಆದ ಈ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ನಾನು ಕಾಂಪೆನ್ಸೇಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ. ಇದೆಲ್ಲವೂ ಮೆನ್ಷನ್ ಅಲ್ಲ. ಅವರು ಎರಡು ಕಂಡೀಷನ್ ಹಾಕಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಒಂದು, ಇಟ್ ಶುಡ್ ಬಿ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪ್ಲೇನ್ಡ್ ಇನ್ ಹಿಸ್ ಕೊಲೋಕಿಯಲ್ ಲ್ಯಾಂಗ್ವೇಜ್, ನಾಟ್ ಇನ್ ಇಂಗ್ಲಿಷ್. And what you are explaining to each individual, that shall be videographed. That is how informed consent shall be. ಅದನ್ನ ನಾವು ಮೆನ್ಷನ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ಇಲ್ಲಿ informed consent ಕೊಡಬೇಕಾಗಿಲ್ಲ ಪ್ರಪೋಸಲ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ, ಅದನ್ನ ಮೆನ್ಷನ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ಈ ತರ ಮಾಡಿ, ಈ ತರ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ, ಅಥವಾ ಈ ತರ ತಗೋತೀನಿ ಅಂತ. And you should also mention including criteria and excluding criteria. Including ಯಾವ ರೀತಿಯ ಪೇಷಂಟ್ಗಳನ್ನ ತಗೊಳ್ತೀರಾ. The patient age between the diabetic patient age between 40-60. ಯಾಕೆ? ಅದು ನ್ಯಾಷನಲ್ ಲೆವೆಲ್. 40-60 ನಲ್ಲಿ ಫ್ಯಾಟಿ ಲಿವರ್ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಇರ್ತದೆ. Therefore, I am intervening to not only reduce the glycemic control, I am also trying to intervene for reducing the fatty liver. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾನು ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ. ಅಥವಾ ಯಾವ ಗೈನಕಾಲಜಿಕಲ್ ಸ್ಟಡಿ ಏಜ್ ಬಿಟ್ವೀನ್ 13 to 45 ಮೆನೋಪಾಸ್ ಅನ್ನು ತಗೊಳ್ಬೇಕು, ಪ್ರಿಮೆಚೂರ್ ಅದನ್ನು ತಗೊಳ್ತೀನಿ. ಈ ರ್ಯಾಷನಲ್ ಕ್ಲಿಯರ್ ಕಟ್ ಇನ್ಕ್ಲೂಸಿಂಗ್ ಕ್ರೈಟೇರಿಯಾ ಶುಡ್ ಬಿ ಮೆನ್ಷನ್ in addition to the excluding criteria. ನಾನು ಆಲ್ಕೋಹಾಲಿಕ್, ನಾನು ಫ್ಯಾಟಿ ಲಿವರ್ ಮೇಲೆ ರಿಸರ್ಚ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಐ ವಾಂಟ್ ಟು ಡೂ ಇಟ್ ಆನ್ ನಾನ್ ಆಲ್ಕೋಹಾಲಿಕ್ ಫ್ಯಾಟಿ ಲಿವರ್ಸ್. ನಾನ್ ಆಲ್ಕೋಹಾಲಿಕ್ ಫ್ಯಾಟಿ ಲಿವರ್ಸ್, ಆಲ್ಕೋಹಾಲಿಕ್ ಫ್ಯಾಟಿ ಲಿವರ್ ಇಸ್ ಕಾಮನ್. ಅವ ನಾನು ಇನ್ಕ್ಲೂಡಿಂಗ್ ಆಲ್ಕೋಹಾಲಿಕ್ ಪೇಷಂಟ್ ಇನ್ಕ್ಲೂಡ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ದೇರ್ ಇಸ್ ನೋ ಮೀನಿಂಗ್ ಇನ್ ಅವರ್ ರಿಸರ್ಚ್. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವೇನು ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ, all alcoholic and tobacco takers are kept out of my study. ಹೌದಾ? ಅವಾಗ ನೀವು ಪ್ಯೂರ್ಲಿ ಯು ವಿಲ್ ಬಿ ವರ್ಕಿಂಗ್ ಆನ್ ನಾನ್ ಆಲ್ಕೋಹಾಲಿಕ್ ಫ್ಯಾಟಿ ಲಿವರ್. ಸೈಡ್ ಲೈಕ್ ದಟ್ rationally one has to mention the clear cut including excluding criteria very rationally. I am varying my words specifically in these conditions. I am not using arbitrary wordings here because these are very whether it is quantitative, cluster random sampling, size of the sample. See, this time when you are going for size of the sample, there are two types of biostatistical calculation. One is based on the prevalence. Most of the Ayurvedic or most of the researchers who are working on samples are going on this prevalence based calculation. There is PowerPoint program, PowerPoint statistical formula, everyone knows that. But there is one more very distinct, very seriously followed is outcome based calculation. Outcome based statistics. Whether you are studying the prevalence problem or you are studying the outcome problem. Depending on that, one should go for PowerPoint formula that is for outcome or that should be valid for sample size determination. It is most important. Otherwise, for sample size, I cannot go for full-fledged clinical trial. So you can come up with a minor project with pilot study. Pilot study is also allowed. This time for one pilot study, our experts have given. Then population, experimental control. This is another important. Many people, in many cases, they go single arbitrary. That means only one group. 0 hour sample is the control, and after 2 hours reading is the experimental intervention. For example, anti-implement activity, we do that. For 0 hour, we measure the volume of the inflammation. Then we give drug. After every half an hour or 1 hour, we measure the this thing. 0 hour sample is the control. The experimental value minus 0 hour sample, we consider it as the volume. In such cases, it is essential. But always, researchers will be feeding, or funding agency will be feeding to give minimum of double arbitrary. One control, one test. But some people, they will give preference for randomizer multi-arbitraries, like taking one standard. So it's all you should plan and you should think where you can. Then prevention of bias. That's why I use the word randomization. Another thing is, there are two types of studies: single blind study and double blind study. Single blind study is that patient will not be knowing what drug is given to the patient, but investigator must check. Double blind study, both of them will not. I did one double blind study, bioequivalent studies of KLP, Karnataka antibiotics. If you don't know that, takes this is very bad. Are you boring? Bioequivalence. And wonderful results immediately gave 2 more projections. Because yellow was his formulation, blue was the formulation of the researcher. You can get the help of the biostatic researcher. You can get the help of the biostatic. You should tell him, otherwise he will go for incident. That is easier for him. You should tell him, otherwise he will go for incident. That is easier for him. Okay? But that is carry negative marks. Then the budget shall never be adjusted for the need. That's what my brother has adjusted 4 lakh 80,000 is the actual requirement. He has adjusted to 20 lakhs. It shall not be like that. It shall be justifiable budget. It shall be justifiable budget. Then specific requirements for the RPF. Clear cut justification for the spending development requirement. I have told until now what I have discussed was very specific, very non-specific about all the funding agencies. Now it is for us. Research gap, innovativeness of the research, appropriate research statement and hypothesis, appropriate research methodology to get answers to the research questions, better to develop double blind, double arm study, better to give no remuneration to PI and OPI. It's not better, budget, no funding agency gives any remuneration to the principal investigator or co-investigator. It's clear cut. Only some technical staff, whoever is there, those people will be given. In addition, we will be giving amount for the traveling grant if you go for publication. We will be giving some amount for your registration amount for any conference if your paper is published, presented in that. And we also do some amount for publication of the paper, and once if you complete, you have to submit the publication. You have to submit the publication, then only there will be proper auditing of your what you call budget and spending expenditure, and after the completion of the publication or patent, you will be given completion certificate. Till you get the completion certificate, you are not eligible for the next proposal year, next year's proposals. Okay? Thank you. So, if I take I know a condition after the what is the lunch break. And thank you for your patience. If I have done any mistake, please forgive me. My mistake. If it is right, it is the greatness of my university and my teachers. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for that insightful and engaging session. Your expertise has truly added immense value to today's program. We are grateful for your time and contribution, sir. Thank you. Now I request the Dr. Mangalagi, sir, who has staged this session to give his insight about this session. Now I request Dr. Chari, sir.
Respected dignitaries of this seminar and colleagues, faculty members. First of all, I thank Ramchandra Shetty sir for
today's speaker, Dr. Ramchandra Shetty. It's very difficult to speak or ask the chairman's few lines after he speaks. So enthusiastic, energetic, body also needed, and now also we have, it was a very wonderful presentation. Wonderful presentation because we have undergone all these stages from student days to administrative stages also. When we were students of Mysore University, no research grants, no research anything, any mentioning of regarding that. We have to prepare our own topic, fund our thesis ourselves, and very little amount from the directorate was given to us. And he was telling regarding the manpower. I was very much impressed. See, always we should conduct our research. So we should conduct our experimentation. When we were students, we were even doing the fractional test meal also ourselves, preparing the drugs ourselves. That was the condition. When we became teachers, we faced a lot of problems. So first thing was asking our students to select such a topic which would have less. You need not have to spend much from your stipend. Those were the days. So we made them to think in that particular direction because we do not want to them spend from their pockets very much. They have to live in Mysore. They have to do day-to-day activities, etc. So such were the conditions. Then when Rajiv Gandhi University took over, I had an opportunity to meet with DKS, Niranjan. We worked with them. Very strict. And they were scrutinizing research proposals to the length. So this knowledge we didn't have at that time. What he told us, we brought from somewhere. We asked the person, those who are in research, to explain to us as well as our students. So that was the condition when the research came into existence. Now I am willing, I have not been a student at this juncture, so that I can send many proposals of research where we are facing in day-to-day life. So make use of the inputs what he has given to you. Those inputs inputs are very essential inputs. We used to tell the students that you have to make use of these inputs. Say, he told where the grants are given, how much grant is given, what are the institutions where, and what type of study you should conduct, whether you should conduct a controlled clinical study or a comparative study. Say, observational studies are not accepted in Rajiv Gandhi University. So many of our students.
It is very much essential, we accept, sir. We will see the quality, but generally, this type of observational studies, generally.
So DKS was DKS, I think, he was very strict. So we learned many things from him. Say, as a teacher, we were students also then. So, but now the days have changed. We have not of first thing is Ayurveda is getting recognition. Ayush is getting recognition, and you have got a lot of opportunities. You have got a lot of funds. Make use of it. So that is the need of the hour. He has given a broad and a very impressive presentation where you can use this. How the funds can be used. Say, principal investigator or co-investigator cannot use these things. Only thing is for the purpose of the research you have to use it, and what are the funding agencies, etc. This is excellent. This is what is needed to our students or for us also, wherein we get, because most of the researches we do not undertake because of funds. We lack in funds. They cannot spend. This is the condition actually. But the days are changed. I was very much surprised that they are funding up to 40 lakhs, 60 lakhs, etc. That's a good thing. I appreciate Rajiv Gandhi University efforts in this particular regard. But one important thing is such enthusiastic speakers as well as very strict is a director. I was listening to him in the morning also, and now also is very strict. So then only the research can come up, which would help to the society with these few lines. And I actually request him on behalf of Ayush that you promote our researches at a maximum level in the university. With these few lines I conclude. Thank you very much, sir, for your inspiring speech.
Rajiv Gandhi University is the only university in the country which funds undergraduate research. Undergraduate research up to 30,000. They should submit their research in 4 months. Up to 30,000. This year we are granting undergraduate research more than 600 students, and which is amounting to 1,74 lakhs.
Earlier days subscribers, even I know the reality, but the things are changing. Make use of it, that much I can say.
I think the principal of this college was informing that this institution has got 3 projects out of 600.
Thank you so much, sir. Now moving forward, it's time to felicitate our speaker. I request Chairperson sir and Mangalagi sir and organizers to felicitate Dr. Chandra Shetty sir, Director Advanced Research, RGS Bangalore. Now I request to felicitate Dr. Mangalagi for the session. I request Dr. Bharti sir, RMO, Resident Medical Officer of Government Executive Medical College, to felicitate Mangalagi sir. Now I request for Chata sir to have a seat and take the felicitation. I request other dignitaries and Bharati sir to felicitate Chapter sir. I request all the faculties to be aside at 2:30. The second session is going to start at 2:30. Now we have a lunch break. I request everyone to go to the first floor, the Patanjali Hall. The lunch has been arranged. I request everyone to be here exactly at 2:30 without making delay. We have another 2 more sessions to attend in the afternoon. We are running out of time, so please I request everyone to be here at 2:30. Thank you.
ಅದು ಅವ್ರದಕ್ಕೆ ಅವ್ರು ಕೇಳಿ ಟ್ರೈಪಾಡ್ ಸಿಗಿಸ್ಬೇಕು
ಅದು ರೌಂಡ್ ಅಂದ ಏನು ಅದು ಪಕ್ಕ
ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕ್ಲಾಂಪ್ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗುತ್ತೆ ನೋಡಿ.
ಹೇಳು ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಯ್ತಾ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ zoom.
As we begin the session, let us open our minds to learn. Let us open our minds to learn and our hearts to curiosity. May today's discussions ignite new thoughts, inspire future research, and contribute to the advancement of the field. Now, again, we are starting the session. Now, today's session is. I request the speaker, Dr. Ramakrishna, Senior Scientist, DFRI, Mysore, to have a seat. And to chair this session, I request Dr. Aruna Mandali ma'am. As a co-chair person, I request Dr. Anupa ma'am, Professor
To give a what is the technology, because the technology is very important. Tantrajnana. You can be expert in making a lot of Ayurveda formulations, right? If it is not aligned with the technology, Tantrajnana, the mixability, then all your technology is only in lab scale, only for your PhD or for your career growth. But nevertheless, there is a need for our culture which we have to develop by using the technology, latest technology, the advanced technology. That's what we need. And developing a new technology is what it means. The combining of Ayurveda with a technology-based susceptibility to the modern world is very, very important. This is what I want to show to this first slide. And there is always a high nutrition diversification is also important to cater to our modern life or to our younger generations. That is also very important. Next slide. I won't bore you because you know so many in the morning, but I will just things you met about non-availability of these urban minerals and genetically modified plants and also adulterations and lack of malnutrition. Our present generation is almost there is a lot of malnutrition. So that how we do cope up with that? This is where we can do combining the idea with the idea the technology is possible. So that even the Prime Minister also speaks and smokes in so many areas, we should avoid malnutrition in our country. But who is doing that? Can you answer anybody? Who is doing that? Nobody. We talk. That's what I repeat again. We talk on dais, we talk on the floor, we talk on the public meetings. But who is doing? Who will build a cat? So this is the right time that you peoples, being a faculty members and as well guide your students to make a product in such a way it can reduce our malnutrition to our country. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. So, what is the vision of Tech Ayurveda? You might have seen health security which I wrote. To promote the product-oriented innovations. Everybody knows that. Triple and Dr. Shekhar was telling in the morning, some of the Ayurveda products are very good for your health. But how to carry it? How to preserve it? ಸಂರಕ್ಷಣೆ ಹೇಗೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು, ತಂತ್ರಜ್ಞಾನ ಹೇಗೆ ಬಳಸಬೇಕು, ಅದು ತುಂಬಾ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್ ಈಗ. ಇಟ್ಸ್ ವೆರಿ ಮಚ್ ಟಿಲ್ ನೌ. Then what is the mission? My mission is to realize the technology-related innovations into a system, a process, and a product. That is a technology. That's what I am telling. A system, a missionary, India's missionary is to prepare a most of the products to the technology. Then a process protocol. At what temperature you have to process it? Because some food products, some oil products are susceptible to temperature. Some processed, susceptible to pressure also. So how to do that? How to standardize it? That is also very important. Then what are the goals? Lead and health innovations. This is what finally we need. We doesn't need a 5,000 acres of land or 5,000 acres of money in a Swiss bank. What we need is a good health. Is it not? To this generation, next generation, to the current generation. That's what I mean. Is it okay? Backbench. Is I am audible? Right. Next slide. What is Ayurveda? Everybody knows it. Everybody knows the definition of Ayurveda. What is Ayurveda? You see, it is science which we can apply to our present generation for health as well as food security also. But everybody knows, oh, channagidiyappa, utta madidiyappa, but what utta are they? What is the nutrition about it? Not that eating a pizza or a burger, right? What is nutrition food you have taken in the morning? Whether we are giving a judicious food to our children, can we ask questions for ourselves? Whether we are giving judicious food, nutritious food, can everybody answer? The question still remains untold by everybody, even including me also. I can also speak a lot of almost inspiration to IAS IPS officers more than 1,000 centers imposed, but nevertheless, at least it's an eye opener to everybody that we should go for a healthy food with the nutritious products. That's what I mean by. Then we know that how to make this, how to protect your innovations. Let me come to the patent and innovation technology. First one is we should know you have to train it. My boss, Dr. Abdul Kalam, used to say that you first dream it. First you dream it, whatever you want to do it, or the patent, or whatever process you want to do it, you first dream it in the night. Not, Shekhar was telling, some of the celebrities, everybody the so car and so on, so on. So I dream of your, you will be the hero. You are the hero in your life. So make a dream in such a way that your product should be functional. How you can reach a university people, right now? So that's what we are doing. Next slide. Why patenting is important having the technology? Because everybody knows the formulations. Everybody knows what they are doing. But finally, what is the formulations you have to do it? Finally, that's where you can claim your patent as a process. Next slide. Here I want to give a classical example of what we call a case studies. In our DRDO, we developed a bioreactor. The bioreactor is in such a way that we can make non-formulations by using the non-weather formulations. Because now the trend is nanotechnology, right? Can you tell what is the unit of nano? Anybody? 10 to the power of? Sorry? Yeah. So nanotechnology is the order of the day now. Everybody, as we talk on nanotechnology, how it can assimilate to your body. Because the product which can be assimilated to your body will have a greater strength, greater percolation to the body. And finally, the nanotechnology plays a very important role. So we made a system. In our DRDO, you can refer to Google also. This was a bioreactor in a lab scale where you can do a lot of viral formulations with different combinations. You can use what we call your, I don't know the Ayurveda names, but this system can be used as a Ayurveda formulations. You can control the temperatures within our inner atmosphere also. You can pass the nitrogen and carbon dioxide because most of the Ayurveda products are susceptible to carbon dioxide and nitrogen also. So you can pass the nitrogen. Are sensitive to nitrogen, you can pass it. Then you can standardize it. And this system can be installed anywhere throughout the world and it can be controlled by your GPS systems. So that is the technology what we are doing. Not only taking a Sony gator in your lab and make a small 1 gram or 1 gram solutions. So that is only for your PhD, for your research. But nevertheless, when you go for mass productions, we need a systems, we need a technology. Right? So this you can see in the internet also and our DRDO site also is a bioreactor where which you can control all the parameters. Then subsequently, extraction, fermentation, everything is standardized process which you have to do in your applications. And to go for a mass production, there is the advantage. And here you might have seen now the latest is artificial intelligence, machine learning. Right. You might have seen a lot of YouTubes where which Rajiv Modi is 3% shown and previous Jagmohan, so many things. So it is only a simulation of the body, not the actual. Artificial is only a trend name, but ground level you have to do yourself the different formulations and guideline for a preservation and also enrichment. That is what we need. Most of the people you would have seen nowadays, they are susceptible to what we call a diabetic patient. Right? We also develop a lactose intolerant product also in our laboratory. Because for genetic foods which aged people are taking, we should have a minimum lactose content. How to delactose? To convert lactose into lactase is very important. There is also technology available. Even though vegetarian learns a lot of things, but no protest until then. Even some of the babies, newborn babies are susceptible to sugar also, right? We have to delactose, convert lactose into lactase. We have a technology. So you name any technology, DRDO as a prime mover, both for the defense, spin-off to civilians also. So let me admit this time today, because most of the people are not knowing. They say that DRDO they have put up already here for you are most welcome. I am a former scientist and I have the department also. Of late, I was an advisor to PMO as well as a Skill India Media Foundation. innovation where we can generate a lot of skill peoples. Skill peoples. That's what we need. We doesn't need a white collar job because most of the diagnosters and top diagnosters is only identified class. They don't go on the work or they don't go on the lab. But whereas they lab, in technical people have to do on the floor. You have to take their also into competence. Take them as a team. So that's what we do it. That's what we are to do it in future also. So this system is very well accepted and we got a patent also for this. I can enumerate a lot of patents which we got almost 15 plus patents to my credit. I will come step by step. Next slide. Of course, you know everything, tissue culture, nanomedicines, targeted delivery systems, it's all your chunk of your expertise. I don't want to discuss about that. And packaging, this is my trump card. Packaging. We have also done the zero gravity space cups for the space mission, where shows as now. So it doesn't have a gravity, zero gravity. The products, which is lights and it was certified. So space was also we made an effort and it was a very good technology from DRDO also. And shelf life enhancement is very, very important. Right? All your decoction, whatever Ayurveda formulations or medicines, enhancement of shelf life is very, very important. It's not just one of the days where the doctor used to mix different white color, black color, or whatever they call, and he will patient. But now it has come to a packaging, there is smart packaging where it can enhance shelf life from nearly 1 to 2 years. That's what we have to do. Shelf life enhancement of your Ayurveda products is very, very important. Unless otherwise you cannot give it. For example, if you want to give it to Chennai or Mumbai or someplace, are you going to make a formulation there instead of that you make it in a lab or in an institute or industry and then supply it in a suitable packaging material. Like smart packaging, it controls all the temperature, which gives you shelf life and it retains its nutritional products. That is what we need, isn't that? From that side, I am not getting any response. Is it not a yes or no, sir? Yeah, that's what we need. And retort technology is a breakthrough technology. Again, I will come to that also. See, retort technology is nothing but to give a classical example, just like your cooker. Right? We made the emulsion which are just not told. It contains different products like chicken curry, mutton curry, vegetable pulao, butter piece curry, suji aloo, aloo chole, you name many products. The technology was made under this retort processing technology. We have given the technology to the different industries. More than 300 industries have taken our technology throughout the world, not India. Throughout the world they have taken our technology and they have prospered. To give a simple example is MTR, who has given and shown to 300 crores technology, our technology. So that's what happened. Of course, we are happy that he has marketed our technology and got it, but nevertheless, our technology, the panacea products is MRE, means ready to eat. Till then, you can see in the supermarket all our technologies. Ready to eat. Just put in a boiling water and keep it in a microwave one, or you can read with our self-contained system at any environment. And it can be served in hot condition also. So the technology is nothing but making the product, packing in a proper packaging material, that is aluminum foil and polypropylene, and processing in a retard at time temperature. It's called as 3 seconds and 30 to 35 minutes in a hold on period, then heating up or warm up, then cooling operations. Everything is totally indigenous. We have designed, we got a paint for that also. So machines also developed, process prototypes also developed, standardized, and also end product. You can have n number of products out of this technology. Next slide. Coming to the paint in Ayurveda, you can have new different dosage forms. Then instrumentation division is also very important because in the meter, nowadays we have seen so many instruments just come to the Ayurveda have the pulse meter, but nevertheless still we don't have a reliable diagnosis about that. Do you agree with me? Is it not? All the instruments, is it reliable? Yes or no? Because you are doctors. I am not a doctor, I am an engineer. I told you I have done food technology and engineering and entrepreneur. So all instruments, is it reliable? Yes or no? So what we do is, we should have the reliable instruments, like dental, then we can have generate what we call models, different models like heart model, liver model, kidney model. So you can simulate in your lab conditions. Simulation studies has to be done, unless otherwise to make a patient a scapegoat by paying lakhs of crores of rupees to his health. So you can simulate his studies in the lab itself. Okay? Make a system in such a way that heart you can stimulate in the lab itself, then the liver, the kidney, whatever you want. You simulate in the lab. We have technology for that also. Unless otherwise, if you are not going to do this type of work, your work is totally, don't mistake me, is totally absolute. We talk, I told we talk, expert talk, everything we do, talk in the seminars or symposia, even this, GP programs. But nevertheless, unless otherwise you do all these things, your research, your PhD, I can say again, your PhD is totally for your career growth only, not for the public. I can advocate with many people, whether PM or CM, this is what happening in our country. Let us do what we call a breakthrough technology where we can do a lot of research programs. Give a contribution, make your name as your product. And technology, that's what we need. So from the day today onwards, you make your mind to give a product or to give a technology to this great nation, to this great institution, to yourself also. Because it will boost up your morale also, isn't it? If you are getting a patent of your name, then you are more prosperous. If I find it close to you, you are not happy. If a patent is obtained in your name or your institution, it's a remarkable. It is just like Visvesvaraya has done a KS dam, your name will be implemented in the logo of this institution. The patent name and your name also. So patent is very, very important. That to the technologies. Next slide. Of course, everybody, what is not patent in the knowledge also, I want to, build up on this slide. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. This also, everybody knows because everybody having a mobile or their hands, they can search everything. Next slide. What are the development journey in art and technology? First, you have to and subsequently then whatever the product you want to make a list of the products which you want to do it, and you have to make a what we call the design of experiments. Design of experiments is very, very important. Right? What you want to do it, what is the formulations, what is elsewhere they have done it, and how we can compare it. But the tricks, great secret of the patent is you have to have a what we call vocabulary. That means what are the other patents has done. You have to have a conversation with those people also. Otherwise, you have to make an effort in such a way your product is more than your other products. Which called as patent initial studies you have to do it, patent search, then the scale of operations which you have to do it in the large scale first, then per scale also. That is also very important. Next slide. Previous. Next. Oh, you are very previous. Come friend. No question. One day. Number 8, technology solutions is very important. As Dr. Shweta was telling in the morning, when we need to have a patent, when we need to have a patent, you can earn a lot of money, that is not going to make a prosperous of your life. But nevertheless, if you are going to work at an institution, you are getting only a salary, not a loyalty or a royalty. But of retirement, just like me. Now I am a freelance scientist. I can do a lot many things. So I have almost now 20,000 followers with me, and I have 5 patents to my credit right now. When I was DLO, I have 15 patents. I have 5 patents right now, and I am getting a royalty of everything. 25 lakhs. Don't tell me you IT people. They will come near me. So, like that, you can prosper and make your life very comfortable. Not only by the money, by the name. If you see one of my products, Krishi Workshop, which you can refer to the Google also, it has got a breakthrough technology throughout the agriculture farming. The value addition, the preservation technique, enrichment, all fish producers. And last week I was in the Krishi Mela in Mandya, where I advocated for nearly 2.5 to 3 lakh farmers how to make the preservation valuation to those food producers, fresh producers. So advantage of this Krishi Workshop is you can store any fruits and vegetables, fresh producers, by maintaining in micronutrients, and there is no need for exploration. For 30 days, it is a simple technology which I have developed, which I got a patent also, and it has what we call a biodegradability. You name any biodegradability, the product is containing it. It's a back totally. It controls the restoration rate. It's called as a salicylase. Okay, in fruits and vegetables, it's called as a salicylase. Just like we breathe in the Baba there, Anulama Vilama, okay? So if you breathe less, your life will be extended. That's what guarantee we use, is not. Whereas the broccoli or some of the green vegetables will respect faster. The shelf life is less. Similarly, if a dry products and dry seeds, I cannot say that dry fruits, I don't say it's a dry seeds. It respires slower. It's having an ocean. Similarly, we have to know this salicylase rate of all the fruits and vegetables which can enhance shelf life without alterations. That is the technology. So that's how we can do like this. It's only a simple technology which I am telling you, but you can do a lot of things because you are younger than us. You can make a breakthrough technology, you can add a time for technologies also. And yesterday also, in the Kushi Mela, I have given a lot of, what we call the precision technique for Siridhamya. Siridhamya. You can refer to the Google also, it has come. Both the Kushi Kavesh and the Siridhamya. I was also one of the guest of honor, and I have given a lot many information on technology. Tantragnana. ಮತ್ತೆ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಸಂರಕ್ಷಣೆ ಯಾವ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು, ಮೌಲ್ಯವರ್ಧನೆ ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು, ಅದನ್ನು ಸಹ ಅವ್ರು ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಟ್ಟೆ, ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಟ್ಟೆ. ಸೊ ಟಿಲ್ ಡೇಟ್ ಫ್ರಮ್ ಟುಮಾರೋ, yesterday I noticed almost 15,000 farmers asking for me to transfer the technology. Then some farmers asked me, sir, can you give us the subsidy? I will sir. I said, I am a retired scientist. I am getting only a pension. I am not in the dark post. You give me a simplest post, I will give you a subsidy. That's what I told them. But the technology, it is for the country, it is for the nation, it is for the Karnataka state, which I give you free of cost. But everybody thinks that if I give you free, there is no rent. But I say I have to charge it. Either to the institution or to my, other institutions which I have worked previously. You have to pay for those things. If they say that I will give free, you get better, etc., he is doing that. But it's a passion for me to do a lot of things to do further ahead. Just like I told you, zero gravity space cells for the astronauts, we are done it, we are going for mass production that also. So this is about the patentability of any product. So you can make a patent and then prosper judiciously. Next slide. Because you are very expert in the functions, digital ideas are sensitive. This is also very important. Device is also very important because, as I told you, our bioreactor, this bioreactor should not make the products insensitive. It should be sensitive enough to know the temperatures. It should be fabricated out of a particular, what we call the fabrication stainless steel, A316L. Of course, when we have a member of understanding this institution, definitely I will teach everything. But it's only a tip of the iceberg I am telling you right now. But if you are more interested, yes, you are most welcome. But nevertheless, there should be a valuation also. It should be make use of the technology. Not that simply you are coming and I am coming. No. There should be what we call a MOU with institutions who are coming, or the students in the institution, or from the RTGS, Regional Institute of Technology, they are also corresponding with us. But nevertheless, it's not a one-man army, it's a teamwork. It's a teamwork, everybody has to come and make a presentation with our technologies, and a collaboration work has to be done. The value addition preservation is very important, whether Ayurveda or allopathy, whatever you are using, there is no difference because what Ayurveda, the food is basically in Ayurveda. Sharira Madhya Kuladharma Sadhana. Everybody says that if you are strong enough, you can make a lot of changes. Where it comes from the good nutritious food products. Right? Next slide. So finally, I can conclude. Ayurveda technology is a totally global opportunity, which there is no doubt in that, and it creates value recognitions and the production also. It's a patent-driven systems, which we need to incorporate and inculcate in our Ayurveda. So finally, innovate, validate, patent, and commercialize. This is the gigantic word which I want to tell you, and I thank Dr. Ajay Murthy for his expert advice in this subject matter, and I owe to and my sincere pranam to Dr. Ajay Murthy also, and Dr. Sharma to give me a chair and the opportunity here to present in terms of well-learned, I can say well-learned doctors, well-learned teachers, well-learned faculty members, chair and co-chair also. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir, for delivering such an enlightening, highly informative session. Your presentation has given us a clearer understanding of innovations can be safeguarded, the importance of patents, and the practical steps involving in protecting intellectual property. Thank you very much, sir. Now I request the co-chairperson, Dr. Anjuma ma'am, to have a word about the session.
I'm really privileged. I feel honored to chair this session. Such a knowledgeable person, and he has done such a great works and all. The main thing, more than the workshop, actually, you can say is he had given us a motivational topic. He has sensitized us for the innovations because ours is a good old science, but still we have lot of opportunity to go for this. The patent or any other innovations, because our science, even though it is old, it holds very good. Just as a Sanskrit language, though it is an old language, it holds good for all the computer or present technologies than any other language. So even our science can blend with any present technology, and we have a lot of scope. But only thing is we lack awareness and how to go with it. And sir, I think he can guide us very well, and he has given us and also we did it actually, but sir also know Siddhanta department with the collaboration of DRDO, they had got the patent also. Even our RGHS university, even that is also promoting for this IPI and all, but no applications are they are going from Ayurveda. That's why we has to have more knowledge, and even Chennai sir was telling that we will have a session the whole day about this. Sir, for this, we had made this session live because morning sir was telling it is very difficult to hold the audience in the first and last of this lunch hour, and he had made this session interesting by his example, live examples also. Thank you for this wonderful session, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Now I request chairperson of the session, Dr. Aruna Mabalia, to have a word. Respected scientists, Dr. Ramakrishna, Dr. Manjari, Dr. Anjali Professor, and and all my friends. Really, it is a wonderful talk. Everybody says we should
follow this, that this was a motivational. Since I have been observing it from morning, the almost all the talks were stimulating us to modernize life. Of course, this was my dream, and the people now are speaking like that. But what I was unable to achieve in those days, modernizing Ayurveda means something different. They were looking us down. Then what since she is not knowing Ayurveda properly, she wants to modernize it. This was the concept earlier. Now this openly going to be discussed, and this discussion being Mrs. as a part of this discussion only, I am very happy that people are openly saying that we should modernize it. Similarly, this talk was very much useful to the future generation. He spoke about the technology and standardization, and at the level of the diagnosis, at the level of treatment and performance and the cure, all he spoke about. But already, sir, you know that up to the diagnosis level, we have all adopted modernized, and which diseases or where to diffuse our treatment. We are not depending on ants and flies to diagnose the diagnosis. We are making use of technology. Bacterial test we are doing, for malaria test we are doing, for another the joint disorder, bifurcates, rheumatic fevers are done, and old age, these bifurcation we could say there is no doubt in we have adopted already, and I think nobody can object for this. But when we start speaking about the treatment, then problem starts. It has to be very audaciously, we have to work it, hard work, we have to put our hard work and make use of modern technology for our benefit. This requires more and more effort and permission from the government and funds. So many things are involved in this. It's not that like how we have adopted the diagnosis. So anyway, this motivational talk, modernize Ayurveda, this is such a, say for example, one example I quote here, Panchakarma, all of you know it. I don't say Panchakarma as a Panchashodhana. It is not at all a Shodhana. It is Panchakarma. We accept it as Panchakarma. What is the difference? I never believe in Shodhana, means something letting to go from the body outside, the toxin. Maybe here and there 5% may be there, but they are all working in a different. Say for example, if nasa is used, it will cross blood-brain barrier. Any drug introduced, all drugs are not reaching to the brain, especially in neurological disorders. If it does not reach the brain, what is the outcome? No use of your drug at all. But our drugs are active. How our drugs are active? Blood-brain barrier crossing, whichever is the drug which is soluble in lipid model, lipid level, that it will cross the blood-brain barrier. You can try this, openly try this. So neurological disorder has to reach to the brain, and it should be prepared with the lipid level. If you do kashaya, it will not go. Tablet, it will not go. Leher, it will not go. Nasa only, it should be. Even in nasa only, that will possible. So NASA is because Bharat is most scientific product. But I don't think it is so. It is just acting directly through the nasal route. So this is one different modernization of Ayurvedic nursing. Otherwise, nursing is not due to cross particles. Certainly it will add, but it should be observed in the proper sense, and it should be observed in a scientific background. Certainly process the blood-brain barrier and works on neurological disorder. Similarly, there are many things to be told. Just one example. So, Panchakarma, not Shodhana, Panchakarma, and fastest action in those days it was followed. Anyway, I would like to say that each and every level modernizing is absolutely necessary. When modern people are Ayurvedizing, then why should not we do it? Because our kids are going to the pharmacopoeia, modern pharmacopoeia. So
I remember Modi's song, My Desh Nahi Chutne Dunga, My Desh Nahi Chutne Dunga. Sovereign place is मिट्टी की, मैं देश नहीं झुकने दूंगा. मेरा वतन है भारत का. I remember this dance one word inspired me to sing this song, sung by Lata Mangeshkar for Modi Shri. All the songs must have been sung by many of the persons, many others. But here, this song for only Modi. So, that made me to sing here. Your words inspired me. Thank you very much for doing so many things I have spoken. Sometimes unwanted. To this context, also I spoke. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, ma'am. Now, moving forward, it's a felicitation time. I request the chairperson and co-chairperson present to felicitate our speaker, Dr. Ramakrishna sir. Chairperson, Dr. Aruna ma'am, to get felicitated. I request Dr. Bharti sir to come and felicitate Aruna ma'am. I request Aruna ma'am to take the felicitation. Now I request Dr. Aruna ma'am to take the chair. I request all the dignitaries to felicitate Dr. Aruna ma'am. Thank you all. Now next moving to the next session. Next enlightening session. I request Dr. Thank you all. Good afternoon everyone. I take immense pride in introducing our beloved and respected speaker, Dr. Srinivasa sir. We all are well aware that sir was also our principal. So presently sir is working as a principal at TMC Mysore. He served as a professor and HOD of organized over 31 books on Ayurveda and Yoga and has published over 270 research articles both nationally as well as internationally. His expertise include Yoga, Ayurveda, Sangeeta Chikitsa and Manusmriti. Sir also presented over 209 papers and seminars, served on syllabus committees for RGHS and also organized various CMEs and public health initiatives. Sir has been awarded with many honors such as Rotary Funding Academic Educational Award, National Merit Scholarship Award, Doctor's Day Award in 2012 by Anjanati Lions Club, Bengaluru, Best Teacher Award in 2024 by Jesus Ayurveda Medical College, Mysuru. It is our pleasure to have you here today, sir. We are grateful for spending time with you, sir. So I like to invite our speaker with one word: let us grow, let us grow. Welcome, sir.
Namaste everyone. My apologies to Dr. Himmatha sir. I had taken his time. Please excuse me for the same. Most respected managers. And all dignitaries. So I directly enter into the subject, which is very important one. So we all know there are different forms of practical, but we should know what they are. So it has been defined that it's published report describing original results. So this point we have to keep in mind because we are talking about we get a question, we know everything, we are having the knowledge. Why to write? Why writing is so important? This question commonly comes into our mind. So here is an answer. Reading make a full man. Confidence a ready man, but writing an exact. I always used to tell my students also to write, which is very important. When we have the mindset of writing, then only the person will grow. Otherwise, it's not possible. We all know brain physiology, we all know brain mechanics. So when we look into the phenomenon of writing, then we realize how writing enhances the capabilities of brain functionality. In science, the credit goes to the man who convinces the world, not to the man to whom the idea was structured. So we should know this point very seriously. Otherwise, we will not be able to seriously enter into the field of writing. Writing, it's an art. As we all know, it's an art. But when it is writing to inform, it comes close to being a science as well. So, the scientific temper comes only through the process of writing. This is what we are supposed to realize always. Now we have few questions. What are the benefits of writing? Let us try to know one by one. Many times we think that reader gets more knowledge when we write something. Certainly no. We grow when we write something. This point always we have to keep in mind, which is very important. It adds up invaluable written discipline to the writer, which we are supposed to do. It enhances clear thinking. When we talk, many times there will not be organized flow of thought. But when we write, certainly we will have this clear thinking, which is very important. It makes subject intelligible to others. So when we write, we think of communicating what we know to others. Automatically, what happens? We something very proper. It improves our reading skills also. That's why we have to involve in writing, which is very important. At the same time, the creative instinct, which is very essential for human being. That's why we should involve in writing. Many times we have many excuses. There are two reasons why we won't write. That also we should know. The mind to write, which is very important. We will have a doubt from where to start. So we have any ideas, but commonly face this situation. From where shall we start? This is the common question for all of us. That's why generally we won't start writing. Second, how to start. So we know everything, but we have a doubt how to start it or how to start writing. So that's why many times we won't write. Third one, lack of confidence, because of which many times we won't write. From the point of Irish department, we have scope in writing articles in various areas. Few I have mentioned here. Many times we think only about original article, we think about communications, we think about case studies and all. Beyond that, in the field of Irish, we have many options which we are supposed to use. Few I have mentioned here, but apart from that, we have scope in writing video articles. We have scope in writing book review, which is at most neglected. Many people they think that it's of no use, but it is of utmost use, which we are supposed to realize. Similarly, presenting negative results. Similarly, write letter to the editor. All these will be considered as articles, which we are supposed to realize. So these are the general forms of articles what we come across with. But beyond this, being the people of Irish, we have much more scope for writing articles, as I already mentioned. So the scope serious. I now touch this point very seriously. We will directly move on to the guidance on writing research papers. Few guidelines we get at different levels. If we are writing articles on survey study, we have separate guidelines. If we are writing articles on RCTs, we have separate guidelines like consort and all. Similarly, if we are doing systematic review, then we have separate guidelines. If we are doing meta-analysis, then we have separate guidelines. Like that, there are many guidelines which are available. These guidelines facilitate us to design the article very properly. We will talk about that later. So, each and every journal presents its own guidelines which we are supposed to know. Apart from the guidelines, depending on the specific form of article. So, now we will move on to the hardest part of this is getting started. We are not ready to start. That's why we fail in writing the article. You don't have to be great to start, but you have to start to be great. This is very important. But if we are not ready to start, then we cannot move further. How to improvise all these things? Here are a few tips, as I already mentioned. As previously I said, it's an art, but we can learn it. It's not difficult, certainly, we can learn it. We don't have the habit of writing with the reading. That is another difficulty commonly what we face. That's why we should focus on published articles and we should try to read them very properly, which is very essential. And we all know practice makes man perfect, so we should involve in practicing writing, which is very essential. We should take assistance from mentors, guides, colleagues, and all to move further so that we can have improvised writing. Few books are available, standard books regarding how to write effectively, so we can follow them so that it will be very easy for us to write that. There are few truths which we are supposed to know about good writing. Not all great papers are written very initially. This we are supposed to keep in our mind. Some of the best written papers are not the best scientific ones. That's what I mentioned earlier. This point also we are supposed to keep in mind. And now it depends on what you have to say. This point we have to keep in mind. Good writing matters most of us, which is very essential. What makes a good research paper? This we are supposed to know what has to be considered while designing a good research paper. That depends on the subject, that is science, and second writing and publication. Where we are going to publish it, that has to be known properly before initiating writing or before documenting. Our goal is to make scientific writing readable and easy to understand. Many times we think that if we write by using standard language, our article will be accepted and our article will be considered as supreme one. Actually, it is not like so. It should be readable and it should be understandable by many, which is very essential. Before we start writing, what has to be done? So let us try to know a few steps which are very essential. Step 1, we should look back to the research or we should look back to the subject what we want to present, which is very important. Whatever the content we are focusing on, is it new, is it interesting? That we have to think about first, which is very important. Second one, the topic has been selected. On that particular topic, what are the latest results and researches that are available that has to be present, which is a very essential one to show the novelty of our study. And whether proper analysis as well as significance of the study has been checked or verified, that should be considered before moving further. Fourth one, the methods and measurements, whatever we have chosen, is it valid and reliable? That has to be checked. Next one, is it possible for us to explain the scope and limitations of the methodology? Many times we talk only about the scope, we forget about limitations, but we should have a capacity to explain the limitations too, because that limitation contributes in the level of discussion that we will talk about later. Next, whatever the findings we have, whether it's complete or incomplete, because we should have clarity about the same. That's why I earlier mentioned about the limitation. So if it seems to be incomplete, then we should explore that, we should highlight that at the level of limitation, which is very important part. Whatever the information, whatever the data we have, whether it is related properly to the current topic or topic that we have to check it out, which is very important. Whatever the data we have, is it the solution for existing problem that has to be checked? So if the answer is yes for all these questions, certainly we are ready to move on. This is step number 1. We will move on to the step 2, where we should focus on the goals, which is very important. But what type of manuscript it is that we are supposed to consider first? If it is review article, generally we are supposed to collect all the literary evidences and we are supposed to move further. If it is related with the survey, along with the case sheet, we should have all the data and we should design the objectives properly and we should move further. So if it is a book review, comprehensively we should know what that book deals with and accordingly the goal has to be set. So like that, depending on the type of article, the goal has to be set, which is very important. Second, we are targeting which type of audience that we should do. Whenever we are designing the goal, we should be very particular, we should be very precise about this one, which is very essential. The third one, where we are going to submit the journal, because according to journal, the guidelines differ. This point we have to keep in mind. We should follow the rules and regulations mentioned under the guidelines of particular journal. For that sake, we should check in which journal we are going to present our answer. Moving on to the next one, what type of manuscript? This is also very essential one. As I already said, while writing original articles, we need a lot of involvement, we need a lot of exercises. Because literary review has to be done, along with the practical study has to be done, and whatever the results we get, that has to be interpreted very properly. And this requires a lot of exercises which we are supposed to keep in mind. So the second type, as I already mentioned, letters, rapid communications as well as short communications. Few points we are supposed to keep in mind while we are talking about the types of article. Each and every type of article is having its own objective, its own methodology, its own way of presentation, and its own scope. So this point we have to keep in our mind, which is very important. In few journals we get this type of rapid communications as well as short communications. Here we are submitting or we are presenting the subject in very precise manner and in very effective manner. This point we have to keep in mind. Nowadays we have utmost scope in writing case studies as well as case report, wherein again each and every journal provides a specific guideline which we are supposed to follow. Even like for writing case study and case report, we don't have general or common rules and regulations, they vary. So this point we have to keep in mind. Review papers. Many people they say that review papers are not having much of importance, but for the people of Ayush, review papers are having utmost importance. This point we have to keep in mind. It might be Ayurveda, it might be Unani, or it might be homeopathy, or it might be yoga, whatever it might be. For us, we have utmost scope in review papers because people they are not aware of many concepts of Ayurveda. One point I want to stress here, I always used to tell this point every day. Contemporary research always ends with literature, whereas all Bharatiya Vidyas start with literature. Research in the field of Bharatiya Vidya always start with literature, whereas contemporary research always ends with literature. That's why we have utmost scope in the field of literature, which we have to keep in mind, and we have utmost scope in writing review papers and review articles. They are also equally important and they are also having equal scope at every point of time. That is a false notion stating that review papers are not having much of importance. It's wrong. Nowadays, CCRS itself has given scope for everyone to write even review articles. Also, they have set separate journal for the same. I don't know how many of you know this or not. Recently, since 1 year, they are publishing separate section for literature be standard one and it should be contributory one, which is very, I wanted to highlight in this particular area. Apart from that, you take the guideline from the known to the expert so that you can explore and you can expand your writing in different area. As I already said before starting writing, you should know the audience, which is very important one. Whether you want to target our own specialty, whether you want to target the common people, whether you want to target scientists, whether you want to target some specialists, so this point has to be kept in mind because accordingly the level of writing, we cannot write in the same way for. So for example, if I am planning to write an article to the fraternity of firefighters, then I can use the words like dosha, or like that. But if I am planning to write an article to the scientific forum, then I should have separate translation component in my article, which is very important. But that's why deciding the audience is of utmost importance when you start writing the article. This is very important. As I already said, each and every journal is having its own style, and each and every journal is having its own specification of type of articles. This point we have to keep in mind when we want to start writing the article. Moving on to the next one, which journal. I don't want to talk about this particular component much because I have to touch other parts. You all know indexed, PubMed, everything. UGC approved nowadays. We are supposed to focus on all those journals significantly, then only it will be valuable. But we have one more component which we are supposed to keep in mind. If a particular journal is from government sector, if the particular journal is from university, then it is having its own scope and importance. For that matter, as we have youth journal and also RGHS journal, so we have scope there to present our article, and that is having its own importance, and we can publish there. To start up writing, that will be more ideal, and we have to make use of that, which is very important. So these points I already told you. Again, I am highlighting this one from the point of big journal. There also we are going to consider all these points which we are supposed to keep in our mind. So whenever we are presenting the article, always we should keep few points in mind, like guidelines related with the type of article. I will again specify the sentence: guidelines in relation with the type of article. As I already mentioned, for every type of article, we get separate guidelines that we have to keep in mind and to proceed further. Here is a template in a journal which we are supposed to follow always. As I already mentioned, for each journal there is separate guidelines that what we have to keep in mind and we should move further. While writing, we are supposed to follow few rules and regulations which are very important but which we neglect at most. That's why many times our articles will be neglected. So it is technology which is very important. But always use present tense. We think that might be important for tenses and all, but that has to be considered to the utmost, which is very important. But use the present tense when referring to the work that has already been published, but past tense when referring to your own study. That I mean to say earlier, but if you are using then it has to be written like that. Many times we have the habit of writing the sentences in passive voice that is not accepted comfortably. Many people they won't accept it. Preferably you have to write sentences in active voice, which is very essential. We have the tendency mindset of writing lengthy sentences because being teachers we tune with using lengthy sentences, so we should not do that. The sentence should be very simple and it should communicate very properly, which is very important. Many times what we do, we won't cite the previous articles properly. Citation is very important, but whenever we are using some information from earlier articles or some other sources, then we should cite it very properly, which is very important. This is related with contemporary view that general reference works such as textbooks should not be used. Because for example, when you are talking about rheumatoid arthritis and all, stating the description from Harrison's textbook of medicine, internal medicine and all, generally it is not accepted much. But this is not applicable for writing the article because we have to quote the references from Charaka Samhita, Sushaka Samhita, many more. At that point of time, we have to make use of it. But this is general rule, that's why I have mentioned here properly. This point is very important, but many times we make use of make use of some abbreviations. At that time, it is better to provide, if the abbreviations and technical terms are more, then better give a glossary at the end of the article that is more accurate. Especially when we write articles from the point of our specialty, we face this issue because we come across with many technical terminologies. At that point of time, we should provide glossary at the end, which is very essential. While writing the article, we are supposed to avoid certain things. Let me highlight few points there. As I already mentioned, we have to write in simple sentences automatically. We should avoid complicated sentences. And this pretentious language should not be used. We have the mindset of using some dramatic language sometimes. That should not be done. As it is scientific article, it should be written in a very simple, very straightforward style, which is very important. And repetition should not be there. Few technically essential repetitions will be there. Apart from that, sometimes knowingly or unknowingly is very important. And we not necessarily use meaningless phrases. Sometimes we think that that phrase is catching, that's why let me use it without knowing the meaning. We are not supposed to do such type of mistakes while writing articles. So need not material also, which is not going to be accepted. And cluttering a paragraph. That indicates what happens. We forget how to paragraph. We forget from where to start, where to divide the paragraph. So we should know that very specifically, and that has to be done. This last point, many times what happens when we are writing an article from the point of view of the research, many times we come across with lots of references. If it is possible, you can go for clubbing, otherwise try to avoid too much of references in the article because some journals they specify to specify references too. So that point has to be kept in mind. We should not discuss anything in the result section. Many times we do that. In the result section, only result has to be provided if it is related in survey or clinical study or RCT or case study. So there we are not supposed to discuss, only the result has to be presented and discussion has to be mentioned separately, which is very important. We come across with few journals where they only say that you write discussion as well as the result together. At that point of time, initially or in the first part, we have to write the result and then we should go for discussion, which is very important. Always discussion should be after result. This point we have to keep in mind. There is no method of clubbing. If the journal itself says, then first we have to present the result, then we should take up the discussion, which is very important. When we are writing the article, sometimes what happens, if it is a clinical study, many times we are not going to provide any review or we are not going to provide any literature related to the particular subject. For example, you want to present a study on something like that. So they generally we don't give the description regarding osteoarthritis or something like that. At that point of time, in the beginning, in introduction only we are supposed to provide whatever the information we are in need of to utilize in discussion. So there is no separate heading or we are not supposed to provide some separate heading like literature review and all whatever we do when we write the dissertation. So while writing the article, such part has to be kept in introduction, which is very important one. And that information should not be utilized or that information should not be again repeated in the discussion. So this point we have to keep in mind, which is very important. Similarly, when we are presenting the article, we present the results or we present the information in tables as well as figures. And that information should not be extensively repeated in the text. The very purpose of presenting table as well as graph is to present the information in effective and communicable way. So at that point of time, there is no need to again repeat the same information in text form. So this point we have to keep in our mind, which is very important. So before starting the writing, few preparations or few documents should be ready, which is very important. But they are like this. Whatever the results we have, that should be in a very organized manner, which is very essential. But similarly, whatever the tables we want to present, so all the tables should be ready with us. And whatever the graphs we want to present, those graphs should be ready with us, which is very essential. But results with effect and insignificance. Both should be ready with us. That is very important. But many times what happens, in a hurry to show the high significance, we prevent to show the non-significant result. So that should not be done, and we should be very clear about both, because non-significant result contributes significantly when we start writing the discussion about the particular study. That's why don't neglect insignificant information also. You may think that the observation is insignificant or the result is insignificant, but that contributes significantly for your discussion. That's why don't neglect that one also. You should have revised readings, which is very important, but they only there will be effect in the writing, which we should never keep in mind. This point is having importance nowadays. Yes, writer and ghost writer. You should know to whom you are worship. And nowadays, many journals they are very particular. For example, if you say that your article is having 5 authors like that, then they say you have to specify the author name and the contribution. Then they separate table which they demand for the same. Nowadays, many journal people they started asking for that. So we should be very clear about this one regarding authorship. Whether they guided you, whether they provided some information, whether they helped you for some statistical analysis, whether they referred some cases for you, so whatever they have contributed, that has to be presented very properly in the authorship column. Nowadays, many journals they prefer this one. So the criteria which decides good research question we all know. So why summary plays much more important role, why conclusion plays much more important role. We do this, right? So many times we focus on title, many people they focus only on the title. So then don't you think we should give utmost importance for the title? Many people they focus significantly on abstract. Don't you think that we should give importance for abstract? So like that, majority of readers they choose particular component of their research article and they read the article. That's why we should give importance for those components very properly. That's what I mentioned here. Many people read to the title significantly, and if the title itself is provoking, if the title itself is interesting, then they go abstract or summary like that. That's why while writing the article, we should keep all these points in mind. So that's why I have made analysis which focus much on the tables as well as graphs also. That's why when we write the article, we should try to present schematic way of content, which is very essential. That's why at the end I have mentioned a tiny proportion of readers, they will read the book. That's why we should not neglect any component of the article, which is very important. We know the paper structure, it's mainly having the 3 components. One is introduction, second one is main part, third one is the closing or conclusion. So this is the general article structure as we all know. The first one, it needs to be informative for effective indexing and searching. Because indexing and searching is having the most importance. That's why the first component should be very appropriate one, as I already mentioned, title, authors, abstract, and keywords. Then comes the main text. Generally, we have to present acknowledgement on materials as well as methods, because materials and methods many times they go hand in hand. On materials as well as methods, because materials and methods many times they go hand in hand. At that point of time, you can present them as materials and methods, and you can go on writing it. But the specification of everything is very important. In results, again, I am highlighting this point. Please don't go for interpretation. Many times we do that. That should not be done. Interpretation has to be done in discussion, and finally we have to write summary. Again, by writing the acknowledgement, we should mention the credit very properly, which is very essential. We have different methods of references or referencing. This referencing style varies. Generally, we use Vancouver style. Apart from that, we have many other styles. As per the demand of the journal, we are supposed to follow that. This is the life of scientific manuscript, as we all know. So there will be data. So we should go for writing and rewriting, which is very important. And many times or sometimes By then my doc will be ready and that has to be submitted. Once it is submitted, it will be shifted to peer review, then reviewer 1, 2 generally, and we will get the peer reports, and based on that the editor will take the decision. If revision is needed, again that will be circulated in the same fashion. If it is rejected, then again we have to do all the process once again, and if it is accepted, then they have certain methods of sending for galley proof, then production, publication, and so on. There are various other guidelines that is not coming under my purview, that's why I will not have that. This art of preparation, always we have to keep in mind. Many times we think that let me write introduction first. That is not the general way or ideal way of writing, because I am talking this from the point of common man. I am not talking this from the point of an intellect man. Being a common man, if I start with introduction, but making writing convincing as well as accepting, I have this. But we have an objection for this from the point of science and scientists. No problem. From the point of a common man, I thought I will do this one. So these points we all know. So the title should be very specific, precise, and it should present the study comprehensively and completely, which is very important one. Because indexing as well as abstracting of the particular paper always depends on title. That's why we should provide. Don't think that the title should be more catchy. The title should be more intellectual. It's not like that. But it should be very proper, very specific, and very precise, which is very important. These are a few do's and don'ts being teachers. We all know. I don't want to touch that. One example I have presented, which will be more ideal, which cannot be accepted. Many observations on the effect of Rajarasa in patients of ankylosing spondylitis. This is not the most acceptable or ideal title, rather than the effect of Rajarasa on patients with or patients of ankylosing spondylitis. So if the title is like this, then it will be more appealing. Similarly, another example I have presented here. So there are some journals which present the running title, which expect you to write running title. At that point of time, you should keep keywords in mind, and the running title has to be presented. Few journals they demand for you to write the running title, so you should be aware of that. One example aspect, then we have to minimize it. Coming to the second, the abstract. Always abstract is there is very limited. So in abstract also we are going to present the whole paper in a very brief, specific, complete manner. So abstract presents the completeness. In a hurry to convey the very important. Preferably we have to keep 4 C's in mind by writing abstract. No should be important. Writing keyword always, because we will have usually how many points, how many study words we are supposed to choose as keywords. Again, specific we are by writing materials and methods. More clear we are by getting the observation. There checklist like that for every type of every design. We will get separate checklist guidelines in which we get the checklist. So we are supposed to use them very properly and present it very properly. Remember one thing, cannot be too lengthy. It should complete within 5 sentences, not more than that. It is not or re-establishment of the result. It connects future scope. It with the result. So this point we have to keep in mind, which is very important. Again, by writing they want written, if they may provide you financial support, they may provide you intellectual support. That's what I mentioned earlier. You should know who to acknowledge. You should know who you are supposed to provide authorship, which is very important. Generally, for these components, we are supposed to acknowledge, which is very important. It is not acknowledging like I wish, I want to thank, such type of sentence should not be there in scientific acknowledgement. This is very important. Citations as well as references again in this way. Generally, references should include the title of the book or the article, author, year of publication, edition, page from where you got it. 5-6 points are there, and there will be change of order amongst these 5-6. Accordingly, we have the major one which I used. Let me stop here. I have covered all the points step by step related with article writing. Thank you, the organizers, for giving me the opportunity. Thank you to all.
Thank you very much, sir. Here, an inspiring session on how to write an article. Your guidance on article developing clarity of thought and presenting ideas systematically has truly enriched all of us. Thank you so much, sir. Now, I request coaching person a word about Professor.
Welcome everyone. So your session is very good and informative. Like starting from the step by step guide to until publishing the journal, you have given all the points for the beginners and also to the faculties. And it was a really beneficial lecture, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Now I request chairperson of the session, Dr. Ajay Montis, to have a word about the session.
ನಮಗೆ 3 minutes ಮಾತಾಡಿಲ್ಲ. ಆರ್ಗನೈಸರ್ಸ್ ಏನೈತಿ ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಂದು ಐಐಟಿ ಮೆಡಿಕಲ್ ಕಾಲೇಜು ಏನು ಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟೇಷನ್ ಮಾಡಿರ್ತಾರೆ ಅದನ್ನು ಕಳಿಸಬೇಕು. ಬೈಬಲ್ನಲ್ಲಿ 10 ಕಮಾಂಡ್ಮೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು, ಅದರ ಈ ರೂಲ್ಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಕಳಿಸೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಬೆನಿಫಿಟ್ ಆರ್ಗನೈಸರ್ಸ್ ಹಸಿವಸ್ ಚರ್ಕ ಸಮೇತ ಹ್ಯಾಡ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ಆ ಚರ್ಕ ಸಮೇತ ಸಾರವನ್ನು ಹೇಗೆ ನ್ಯಾಚುರಲ್ ಇರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಹೈಡ್ರೋಜನ್ ನಮಗೆ ಪಾಠ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ದಿನ ಮೀನ್ಸ್ ಯಾರು ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು ಅಂತ ನಾವು ಪಾಠ ಶುರು ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಿ. ಆ ಟೈಟಲ್ ಇದೆ, ಆ ಟೈಟಲ್ ನೋಡಿದ ತಕ್ಷಣ ಅಟ್ರಾಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗ್ತದೆ. ಟೈಟಲ್ ಸ್ಟ್ರಾಂಗ್ ಆಗಿರ್ಬೇಕು. ಆ ಟೈಟಲ್ ಮೇಲೆ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟಿಂಗ್ ಏನಿದ್ರು ಕೂಲಂಕುಷವಾಗಿ ಆಲೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು. ನಾನು 1970 ಬ್ರಿಟಿಷ್ ಮೆಡಿಕಲ್ ಜರ್ನಲ್ ಆರ್ಟಿಕಲ್ ತಗೊಂಡಿದ್ದೆ, ಹೌ ಟು ರೈಟ್ ಅನ್ ಆರ್ಟಿಕಲ್ ವಿಮೆನ್ ಭವಿಷ್ಯ. ಆ ಇಂಪ್ರಾಡಲ್ಲಿ ಇಂಟ್ರಡಕ್ಷನ್ ರಿಸಲ್ಟ್ಸ್ ಡಿಸ್ಕಷನ್ ಅದರ ಮೇಲೆ ಎಲ್ಲ 1975 ಸೊ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಸಹ ಕೂಲಂಕುಷವಾಗಿ ವಿಚಾರ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡು ಆಲೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಸೊ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಧನ್ಯವಾದ ಸಮರ್ಪಿಸುತ್ತೇನೆ.
Thank you, sir. Now it's felicitation time. I request our speakers to take the felicitation, please. I request all the dignitaries, chairpersons, organizers, and organizers to felicitate our speaker, Dr. Srivatsa sir, Principal, JNC, Mysuru. Motivating us to write more chairperson, Dr. Pallavi ma'am. I request the organization Shanai sir to felicitate Pallavi ma'am. Thank you everyone. Now moving our last scientific session, today's last scientific session. For this session, as a chairperson, I request Dr. Mohan Kumari ma'am, Shalakya Department, GMC Mysuru, and one more chairperson, Dr. Vinay Chaudhary, Varanasi, Indica Yoga co-founder and director, to take the chair. As a co-chairperson, I request Dr. Bharti sir, Residential Medical Officer, GMC YMCA Mysuru. Now it's time to call a speaker, Dr. Hanumancha Joshi sir, Principal, Chartered Nurse College of Pharmacy. To introduce our speaker, I request Dr. Ashia, Assistant Professor, GMC YMCA to give an introduction about our speaker.
Good afternoon everyone present here. It is my honor and privilege to introduce our esteemed guest and resource person for today, Dr. Hanumancha Joshi, M.Pharma, PhD, Professor and Principal of Sharda College of Pharmacy, Mysore. Dr. Joshi is an internationally acclaimed researcher in the field of neuroscience, behavioral psychopharmacology, herbal psychotropics, and neurodegenerative diseases, particularly Alzheimer's and Parkinson's disease. With over 25 years of distinguished experience in teaching and research, his contribution to the scientific community is extraordinary. He has published an impressive 352 research and review papers, and his work has been cited by more than 2,100 researchers worldwide with an Hirsch index of 23. He has received 13 Best Research Paper Awards and has presented it at over 190 national and international conferences. Dr. Joshi holds 21 international patents, including patents from India, USA, Australia, and Germany. He also serves as the chief editor of the International Journal of Community Pharmacy and is on the editorial or reviewer boards of over 130 national and international journals, including the Lancet and the British Journal of Pharmacology. He is the recipient of several prestigious recognitions such as the International Healthcare Excellence Award, the Rotary Datta Eminent Teacher Award, the Innovative Research in Neurosciences Award, the Adarsha Pratibha Ratna Award, the Mother Teresa Award, and most recently, the 2024 Rajya Sabha Award from the Kannada Sahitya Parishad. Dr. Joshi has authored several books on dementia, aging, cancer care, pharmacology, and pharmaceutical jurisprudence, many of which have undergone multiple reprints and reached thousands of readers. He has contributed significantly in National of the Alzheimer's and Related Disorders Society of India, National Secretary of ACPI, Secretary of APAC, and the National President of APPA. He also leads community initiatives through PHE Mysore. Beyond his professional achievements, Dr. Joshi is known for his engaging talks on moral education, character building, and national values. We are deeply privileged to have such a distinguished scholar and visionary leader with us today. With great respect, I now welcome Dr. Hanumancha Joshi to address the gathering. What do you say?
So before that, so these were the things we were doing earlier. Now ಒಂದು ಪೇಪರ್ ಪಬ್ಲಿಷ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಮೊದಲು ಏನು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ವಿ, ನಮ್ಮ ಅಕ್ಕಪಕ್ಕದವ್ರನ್ನ ಕೇಳ್ತೇವೆ ಯಾವ ಲೆವೆಲ್ ಪಬ್ಲಿಷ್ ಮಾಡಲಿ ಅಂತ. ಕನ್ನಡ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ವಿ, ಇಂಗ್ಲೀಷ್ ಬರಲ್ಲ ಅಂತಲ್ಲ, ಇನ್ಫಾರ್ಮೇಷನ್ ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ಮಾತಾಡೋದು ಒಳ್ಳೇದು ಅಂತ. ತಾಳ್ಮೆಯ ಕುರಿ ಬೇರೆ seniors in Kerala. And the second one is considering the general impact factor. We have to publish only in impact factor journals. Right? And we are not accepting any journal which is not having an impact factor. Okay. And who are the readers of the journal? Will the message reach the right audience? That is very, very important. You can have hundreds of result publications. Made up of saying, I have 152 papers. In that almost more than 100 is by my students only. But all of them are very number in the quantity, then comes quality. Okay, so we have to identify who are our audience. Now, but it should be citable, it should be read by many people, right? Understanding the essence of the journal, they are doing it, right? And what type of publication it is, the next people are already told about it. And what are the publication fee and what is the publication frequency? Frequency is very, very important because there are journals. They are publishing the ratios only twice a year, biannual. If you are sending our paper to such journals, it will delay, isn't it? Yeah. Now, what is general impact factor? Otherwise, technology is very well known. Just put it in Google, it will give you all the information, right? How the impact factor for a journal is calculated, right? See, for example, Tumba Workshop work ಮಾಡಿದ್ನಂತರ ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಮಾಡೇ ಇರೋದು ಕಾಟಾಚಾರಕ್ಕೆ ಎದುರು ಮಾಡ್ತಾರಲ್ಲ ಜನರಲ್ ನಾವು ಯಾವುದೋ ಒಂದು ಜನರಲ್ ಕಳಿಸ್ಕೊಟ್ಬಿಟ್ರೆ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಅ ವೇಸ್ಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಅವರ್ ಟೈಮ್, ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ವೇಸ್ಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಅವರ್ ಮನಿ ಅಂಡ್ ವೇಸ್ಟ್ ಆಫ್ ದಿ ಎಫರ್ಟ್ಸ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ. ಯು ಬೆಟರ್ ಮೈಂಡ್. ಸೊ ಅದನ್ನ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಯು ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಟು ಬಿ ವೆರಿ ವೆರಿ ಕ್ರಿಟಿಕಲ್ ಅಂಡ್ ವೆರಿ ಕೇರ್ಫುಲ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ, ರೈಟ್? ಅಂಡ್ ವೈ ಡಸ್ ಜನರಲ್ ಇಂಪ್ಯಾಕ್ಟ್ ಫ್ಯಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಮ್ಯಾಟರ್? ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆ, ಬಟ್ಸ್ ಎ ರೆಪ್ಯುಟೇಷನ್, ರೈಟ್? Number one, endorsement by the community that your research is worthy, right? And nowadays, how do we identify researcher? Jana ಹೇಳಿದ್ಕೂಡಲೇ ಬಯೋಡೇಟಾ ಹೇಳಿದ್ಕೂಡಲೇ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸರಿಯಾಗಿರ್ಬೇಕಂತ ಅಲ್ಲ, isn't it? What do we do? We put it in Google Scholar, right? And we come to know what is the citation. ಒಬ್ಬ ರಿಸರ್ಚ್ ಸೈಂಟಿಸ್ಟ್ ಆಗಲಿ ಅಥವಾ ಟೀಚರ್ ಆಗಲಿ ಪಬ್ಲಿಷ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದನ್ನ ಎಷ್ಟು ಜನ ಸೈಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂತ. ಫಾರ್ ಎಕ್ಸಾಂಪಲ್ ಇವರ್ ಏರಿಯಾ ಇಸ್ ನ್ಯೂರೋ ಸೈನ್ಸಸ್ ಅಂತ ಅನ್ಕೊಳ್ತಾರೆ, ಅಲ್ಝೈಮರ್ಸ್. ಈ ಅಲ್ಝೈಮರ್ಸ್ ಏರಿಯಾದಲ್ಲಿ ವರ್ಕ್ ಮಾಡೋಂಥವರು ಎಷ್ಟು ಸರಿ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಪೇಪರ್ಗಳನ್ನ ರೆಫರ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅನ್ನೋದು ಬಹಳ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್. ಬರೀ ಪಬ್ಲಿಷ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಎಷ್ಟು ಬಿಟ್ರೆ ಅದು ಏನು ಪ್ರಯೋಜನ ಆಗೋದೇ ಇಲ್ಲ, ರೈಟ್? ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ಅವರ್ ಡೇಸ್ ಆರ್ ಗಾನ್. ನಮಗೆ ವಿಶ್ವ ಪಿತಾಮಹ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ಅಂಜನೇಯ ಮೂರ್ತಿಗಳು ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ಅಂಗಡಿಗೆ ಮೇಡಮ್ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ನಮ್ಮ ಟೈಮ್ ಬೇರೆ, ನಮ್ಮ ಟೈಮ್ ಬೇರೆ ಇರ್ತಾರೆ. ಈಗ ಕಂಪ್ಲೀಟ್ಲಿ ಇಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಈಸಿಲಿ ಆಕ್ಸೆಸಿಬಲ್. People should be able to read it, okay? And translate it to prestige value grant donors, job hiring committees. ನಮ್ಮ ಎಲ್ಲ ಪೇಪರ್ಗಳು ಏನು ಇಂಡಿಕೇಟ್ ಮಾಡುತ್ತೆ, ಒಂದು ಪೇಪರ್ ಪಬ್ಲಿಷ್ ಯಾಕೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಟೀಚರ್ನ ತಿಳಿಪಡಿಸ್ಬೇಕು, isn't it? Otherwise what you will do or what you will do is threaten. If you don't I know publish your paper, I will not permit you to submit your dissertation. But those days are gone. Now, the people who are hiring, they will be identifying your citation and you will be definitely respected. Publishing an impact factor journal will give more credibility to your work. That's what I mentioned. After working for 1 year, right? Collecting the drug from a right root, doing all the processes, doing extraction, right? Checking and everything. Finally, if you are putting in a predatory journal, it's absolutely of no use. High chances that your work will be read and cited. Finally, it should be cited, right? And what are the notes? I have very clearly mentioned that it should not be followed. And what are the other considerations? Reputation and peer review process. There is a journal, right? For example, from Delay or Springer or Elsevier. ಜನ ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಂಡ್ಬಿಡ್ತಾರೆ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ತುಂಬಾ ಟಫ್ ಆಗಿ ಆಕ್ಸೆಪ್ಟ್ ಆಗೋದು ಅಂತ. ನಾವು ಟ್ರೈನೇ ಮಾಡೋದಿಲ್ಲ, ಆಕ್ಸೆಪ್ಟ್ ಆಗೋದು ಕಷ್ಟ, ನಂದಂತ ಸೈಂಟಿಫಿಕ್ ರೈಟಿಂಗ್ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ. ಸಿ ಐ ಬಿಲೀವ್ ಯುವರ್ ಸೈಂಟಿಸ್ಟ್ ಆರ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ ಹಿಯರ್. Nobody is born in the countries one here. They are born in another country and they are very well with English. English ನಮಗೆ ಬೇಕಾಗಿಲ್ಲ ಸರ್, ನಮ್ಮ ಮದರ್ ಟಂಗ್ ಬೇಕಾಗಿದೆ. And ನಮಗೆ ಅರ್ಥ ಆದರೆ ಸಾಕು. And people from Japan, people from China, they are hiring the people who can translate. I think I was knowing. ಯಾರಾದ್ರೂ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, for example, if I want to apply for a German patent, it should be applied in German language. But we do not know German language. So we pay per page. One page is another ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ, right? So that is possible. So what I want to say is, we should be very critical when we identify author support services. Nowadays, everything is very easy, right? Earlier, we used to type a manuscript on our own. Then we will start preparing for as per the general policies. But nowadays, journal itself is giving its own, what is a format. For example, IEEE format, or we have Elsevier formats. Everything is already there. Only we have to just type it. Or I will make it more simple. For example, title. See, for example, a full title, the maximum words are maximum take more than 20. He went to running title 20. It will not take more than 20. Introduction. Only thing is you have to just type it there. I have to just copy and paste it there. It will be just like a small the index paper or it can be Word file also. Just on the copy mark important is it. So easy to the technology. So we have to identify such a credible journal which can easily help us. Ethical practices and mission. Right? See, choosing the publisher that prioritizes science and public knowledge over the financial gain. Right? Nowadays, I don't know how many people may be getting, but nowadays everything, people are very, very active. They are sending some messages. Right? There is a paper where I speak to as a co-author, you use so much of money. Most of the places it is coming, give the patents also. Right? But that will not be useful for a very longer period. ಪ್ರತಿವರ್ಷ ಆನ್ಲೈನ್ ನಾವು ತರ್ತಾರೆ ಅಲ್ವಾ ಅದನ್ನ ಆರ್ಟಿಕಲ್ಸ್ ಬರೀತಾರೆ ಜನರು ರೀಚ್ ಆಗುತ್ತಾ ಖಂಡಿತ ರೀಚ್ ಆಗಲ್ಲ ಸೊ ಎನಿ ಬುಕ್ ಜನರು ರೀಚ್ ಆಗುತ್ತಾ ಖಂಡಿತ ರೀಚ್ ಆಗಲ್ಲ ಸೊ ಎನಿ ಬುಕ್ ವಿಚ್ ಹಸ್ ಗಾಟ್ ISBN number or any journal which is listed in ISSN that only will have a value and moreover it should be available. Predatory journals ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಏನು right they will accept any paper without even checking. Right? In many journals, in the publication, prefix doctor will be written. Doctor, professor, associate professor, assistant professor. I don't know whether you have observed or not. After journal, right? Anybody can write a paper or review paper. Our qualification matter, right? What will matter? Maybe the way of scientific writing, maybe what kind of the citation there, that will be definitely considered. Okay. So stay citation there, that will be definitely considered. Okay. So staying away from predatory journals, which is very, very important. I think this has already been explained by Srivatsa, right? Decide the part of the paper, you have already decided. The earlier speaker told about it. You have very complete ready there. This is a research paper, or review paper, or short publication, or case paper, decide about it. Identify at least 5 journals to submit your manuscript. ಹೇಗೆ ಐಡೆಂಟಿಫೈ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ನೀವು ಮೊದಲಿಂದ ಜನರು ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಆಗೋದೇ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅದು ಗೂಗಲ್ ಹಾಕುವಂತದ್ದ ರೈಟ್ ಅದು ಕೂಡ ಈಸಿ ಆಗಿಬಿಟ್ಟಿದೆ ಸಿ ಟೆಕ್ನಾಲಜಿ ಹ್ಯಾಸ್ ಮೇಡ್ ಅವರ್ ಲೈಫ್ ವೆರಿ ವೆರಿ ಈಸಿ ಓನ್ಲಿ ಥಿಂಗ್ ಇಸ್ ಹ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ವಿತ್ ಮೋಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾರ್ಕ್ ದಟ್ಸ್ ವಾಟ್ ಇಸ್ ರಿಕ್ವೈರ್ಡ್ ಟುಡೇ ಐ ವಿಲ್ ಟಾಕ್ ಅಬೌಟ್ ಇಟ್ ರೈಟ್ ಯಾ ಅಂಡ್ ಇನ್ ಸ್ಪೆಷಲ್ ಇಶ್ಯೂ ಯು ಆರ್ ಟೇಲಿಂಗ್ ಯುವರ್ ಮ್ಯಾನುಸ್ಕ್ರಿಪ್ಟ್ ಟು ಪ್ಲೇಸ್ ಇಟ್ ವಿದಿನ್ ಸ್ಪೆಷಲ್ ಇಶ್ಯೂಸ್ ಓಪನ್ ಟಾಪಿಕ್ಸ್ ಸುಮಾರು ಸಲ ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ ಚಾಪ್ಟರ್ಸ್ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇರುತ್ತೆ ರೈಟ್ ಸೊ ಇನ್ ಬುಕ್ ಎಡಿಟೆಡ್ ಬುಕ್ ಚಾಪ್ಟರ್ಸ್ ವಿಲ್ ಬಿ ಇನ್ವೈಟೆಡ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂಡ ತುಂಬಾ ಕ್ರಿಟಿಕಲ್ ಆಗಿರುತ್ತೆ ಒಂದು ಯೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಂತಂದ್ರೆ instead of having 10 papers you have to send the invitation accept the invitation okay because they will be giving at a very reduced cost or sometimes it's free of charges. Now open access was the traditional publishing I already mentioned. What is the open access? For example Elsevier, Carver, very recorded journals will have open access policy. You can just download any paper, you can refer to any paper and you can easily read it. Okay, now access free and unrestricted. Right? There is traditional pure access. Innu ಕೆಲವು journals ಇದೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನೀವು ಓದಬೇಕು ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ you have to pay but ಮಾತ್ರ journals access ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ. Okay. And cost of revenue supported by APC. What is APC? Article processing charges. But nowadays most of the journals are they are charging APC. If the paper is really good, they will make it off. They will make it 25%, 10% is possible, right? Yeah. And copyright. Authors retain the full copyright and there they have to transfer the copyright. Be very, very careful. ಈಗ ಪೇಟೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಆಗಲ್ಲ ಮಾತಾಡಿದ್ರು isn't it? ನೀವು ಪಬ್ಲಿಷ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಪೇಟೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಬರೋದಿಲ್ಲ ಎಕ್ಸಾಕ್ಟ್ ಸೇಮ್ ಅನ್ನೋದು ಕಾಪಿರೈಟ್ ಯಾವಾಗಲೂ ಆದ ಹತ್ರನೇ ಇರುತ್ತೆ ಯು ಆರ್ ಹೆಡ್ ಟು ಬೈ ಜರ್ನಲ್ ವಿಚ್ ಇಸ್ ರಿಯಲಿ encouraging you for that. Okay. Now what are the other open access and distributed? Okay. And targeting journals in non-traditional sectors agriculture ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು right? ಆಯುರ್ವೇದದಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು how many people from Ayurveda? Yoga. Okay, Ayurveda is right? Fine. So, any stream you can identify and a preprint service and the skip there is something called as author's personal manuscript. This is what we are going to do. We will type our paper, type our manuscript, our guide. After they upload, we will be submitting the paper to the journal. Once it is submitted to the journal, we will apply to the CD type. ಹಾಗೆ ನಾವು ಫ್ಲಾಪಿ CD ಇರುತ್ತೆ ಕಂಪ್ಯಾಕ್ಟ್ ಡಿಸ್ಕ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕಾಪಿ ಮಾಡಿಬಿಟ್ಟು ಹಾರ್ಡ್ ಕಾಪಿ ಆ ನಂತರ ಏನಾಯಿತು ಇದು ಆನ್ಲೈನ್ who is there from past 5 years, they do not put their articles in archives. 5 ವರ್ಷಗಳ 5 papers articles ಅದು mention ಮಾಡೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಅಂತ ಜನರನ್ನ discourage ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ನಾವು publish ಮಾಡಬಹುದು, right? And name of the journal is intended to incorporate the journal's mission. The name of the journal is so long, right? It is absolutely not mistaken. Such journal, we have to be very careful when we publish. And false claim of intention. Nowadays it is very, very damaging. ಕೆಲವು ಜನರಲ್ಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಇಂಪ್ಯಾಕ್ಟ್ ಫ್ಯಾಕ್ಟರ್ 20 ಅಂತ ಆಗಿರ್ತಾರೆ, 20 ಅಂತ ಆಗಿರ್ತಾರೆ, right? Can anybody tell which is the highest in the journal with impact factor? Highest impact factor? Journal is highest impact factor. Nature, right? More nature is only a publisher. There are so many journals in nature, but maximum of them will be having an excellent impact factor. And look at the journals. They are not very, very specific. Some are very specific, and some are very general in nature. One example is British Medical Journal. It is not Nature Journal, otherwise. Munnabai MBBS ನೋಡಿದ್ರೆ ಸುಮಾರು ಆ ಮೂವಿ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಒಂದು ಆರ್ಟಿಕಲ್ ಬಂತು DMJ ಅವರ. It was highly cited. It was highly cited by many doctors in papers. So what I mean to say, final citation is a very, very important role. And then, who journal standards are practices, right? And in the next slide I will show you how to identify the impact factor. If you know it, just refreshing it also, right? That would be easily identified. And this, the websites can be easily accessed to identify. Okay, so these are some of the websites there. And how to identify high impact factor journal you free? Okay, this is very simple. Just log into the journal.sbn.com. And not only that, I am leaving my presentation to your organizer. Anybody can take it, no problem. It is using, right? So now, here, it is not only the journal we have to publish. For example, Jetamansi improves learning and memory in animals. Example I am talking. Jetamansi improves learning and memory in mice. If it is mice, what is the title? Or I will take the entire abstract and I will copy and paste it in a website. I will show you that also. Okay, then one is JCR, Journal Citation Report. So this is the one. This is very, very important for a researcher who is confused about sending a journal. Simple. So in that, we will be able to identify what is the highest impact factor journals. We can identify and we can publish our papers. Okay, so this is the one. So these are some of the the journals. There are points. For example, maybe we have some apprehension. Sir, maybe the journal may not accept our paper. Maybe it will take some time to become a good writer. Writer who has paper to go back and it has become very easy. Only thing is you have to just make the words. Number one. And number two, plagiarism is very, very critical. Full paper of plagiarism check ಮಾಡಿ ಹೋಗಬೇಡಿ. Introduction part ready ಆಯ್ತಲ್ವಾ plagiarism check ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ನೀವು ರಿಸಲ್ಟ್ಸ್ ಬಂದಿಲ್ಲ plagiarism check ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. Introduction ನಲ್ಲಿ around 15% plagiarism is accepted. Okay, but not in the discussion as well as the results. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಡೈರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿ ಅದನ್ನ ರಿಜೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಲಾಗುತ್ತೆ. Okay, so this is how you are going to identify your journals, right? And what are the aspect matching tools? JAME, there is something that is JAME. What is that? Journal, author, name, estimator. Compare your document to documents in Medline to find the best matching journals, authors and articles. Right? So for example, I will write an article, for example, review. Right? What are the natural drugs available for the management of Alzheimer's? To be specific, the minds of Alzheimer's. If you just type it, you will be able to get the information. There is another one, EDIC journal. EndNote I already mentioned. EndNote is not only for reference for others also. Let me repeat it again. EndNote is a software, just like your SKSS software, where we can put in on the list of your biography or your references. It will automatically change it according to the publisher. Elsevier Journal Finder, already mentioned. Similarly, there is another one, Springer Journal Finder. Okay, so these are some of the sources which you have to be critically aware. In the way, you have to publish over. Now, what you not but take a smart idea. Okay, see, for example, if I identify only on the basis of your citation, if your paper is not cited, it is absolutely welcome to come here and do some research. We have very standardized flame chronometer, conductivity meter, solution operators, and these are some of the instruments we have. You are welcome to come and the opportunity. Right? And finally, Arogyam Paramam Bhagyam Swastham Sarvatra Sadhanam. the journals. Right? Some journals may be having long standing, but there is no citation there. Right? So we have 85 journals where we can use one. Thank you very much to the organizers for the time. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. It was a very informative session. Now I request the co-chairperson of the session, Dr. Bharti, sir, to have a few words for the session.
Happy to be a part of this session. Joshi sir has asked a question in the presentation, how to identify a journal to publish a report. That was the first question. As a part of curriculum on all the post-graduation syllabus, we have a research or a dissertation. And after all these things, completions, getting a signature for certifications, and giving the submitting a copy to the HOD and to the department, and a copy to a library, and a copy to art. That finishes the fusion. So, actually, Dr. Joshi sir has given show the way, and easily made all those difficulties to cross, how to cross all those difficulties. In his presentation, he has particularly said about the criteria to select a journal, and the journal impact factor, what it is and how it works, and reputation and peer review processes, and how to prepare for publishing the paper, and regarding the importance of copyright information.
An honor to be part of this presentation. I was very happy to, though I joined midway along, so very happy to be part of this. And there are two things that I to resources. I think that's the biggest gift that we have at this moment. What would have taken years together is now available to us at the tip of the fingertips. Just to go through the manual books or reach out to the libraries even 20 years ago, it was an ultimate task. Probably researchers would have to go around all over the country to get proper resources, books, textbooks, so on and so forth. But today, just in half a minute, probably 6 months work will be done. But there lies our real involvement as to where will human intelligence come in that point, to what to take, how to take, what kind of assessments or what kind of checks that we need to keep, and what are the secondary inquiries that we need to take forward from there. And you also rightly pointed out about the plagiarism check that needs to be done, not at the end of the work, but in between as we go along. That is very extremely important, because many times we wait till the work is over, then we even might present it elsewhere. So it might be our own ideas, our own thoughts. Yet if you use the AI and improvise the language, even that will appear as though AI generated. So So I think that is something that we all of us need to be very careful. There are two types of problems that can come there. One, someone picks it up from AI and uses it. That is really bad. But the other one where we could go wrong is that the topic, the content is ours, but we revise the language. But even then, if you check that, or if you submit it basis that, and someone checks and says 90% is AI generated, that would be quite problematic for us as researchers. So something that we need to be very judicious about how do we engage with it. And other important point is about also not going behind numbers. We might publish a very few papers, but making that impact is extremely important. How many citations can this paper that we are writing can potentially generate? How many people might, it's not about getting citation numbers, but how can people find it useful? I think this question is active in mind, probably citation normally I easily increase. And the other thing, the first question that we started with, I think it's a reminder for all of us while we definitely go to publishing our papers, but how do we convert our own thesis or the research that we have undertaken, whether at the bachelor's or the master's or at the higher level? Can we convert the research findings into papers, their papers into books? I think there is already one that has already been done. So progressively and organically we can develop it further. So these were some of the very valuable insights that we got from this session. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your valuable words, sir. Now moving forward, is a consideration time. I request the chairpersons and co-chairpersons and our principal sir, Dr. Nipushna sir, and Sharai sir to felicitate the speaker, Dr. Hanumancha Joshi sir, please. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Dignitaries. Now it's time to felicitate our chairperson, Dr. Mohan Kumari ma'am, Professor, JMC Mysore.
As the chairman for the panel discussion, Dr. Prakash Prabhu, consultant neurologist, Mysore. Dr. Anjaneya Murthy sir, former Joint Director, Department of Ayush. Dr. Hanumancha Joshi, Principal, Sharda Vilas College of Pharmacy. Dr. Prashant, Senior Scientist, CMPRI, Mysore. Dr. David E.N.S., former Professor and HOD, Molecular Biology, University of Mysore. Dr. Amit S. Vidimale, Chief Program Coordinator, Associate Professor, School of Public Health, JSS Medical College, JSS Academy of Higher Education, Mysore. Dr. Ramchandra Shetty sir. Dr. Lakshmi Narayan Shetty sir, Assistant Director, Government Ayurveda Research Center, Mysore. Dr. Sandeep S. Assistant Professor, Government Nature Care and Yoga Medical College, Mysore. Dr. Anisha H. Assistant Professor, Government Nature Care and Yoga Medical College, Mysore. Due to running of time, I request all the panelists to speak briefly on the topic given for 3 minutes. Sorry for the time restrictions, sir. Now it's time to hear for Dr. Prakash Prabhu, sir. The topic is challenges in writing medical articles. As a chairman, he addressing the panel discussion.
Good evening, everyone. We are all reached to the concluding ceremony today now, panel discussion. And looking at the NR point here, all the faculties, the great knowledge is going to be shared to you now, and time begins now. We have few questions, I'm sure. All of you have got already given the questions, and it will be answered by the right person. And I myself personally got so much knowledge when I listened to Dr. Srivatsa and Dr. Joshi. Both of them I had not much of conversation before this. I must thank you profusely. And it was a very good, I got a lot of knowledge after this attending this session. Now, without wasting time, because I myself has got an operation at 6 p.m. I have to proceed. So I would like the questions to be showered on them.
Next, I would like to call upon Dr. Prashant Sir, Senior Scientist, CFTRL Mysore.
Good evening. As Chairman said, we don't have much time, so I will be just sharing a couple of things with my lab what we had. One is like when we are doing research observation, obviously observation is the main key. So whatever we do, it is not all the time planned, designed or executed. Of course, that is one of the important things. But observation, from my point of view, is a very important thing for any researchers to be alert with what they are doing, what are the things they are undergoing and all. I'll tell you my own lab example. One of the self-assembled molecule which we had developed, it had a lot of issues with the solubility. Okay, solubility we went on look because for any further biological process or biological activity to be looked into, it requires a solubility. Without solubility, you cannot get this molecule because we know that molecule has a potential from starting from the water to hexane, everything, but it was not solubilized. One day when we completed the experiment and when we are washing with the tap water, it got solubilized. Then because in the tap water we had this LAC, okay? So it was not a pure water. With the pure water it was not a soluble one. When we subjected it for just for washing, while washing, we observe that it is getting dissolved or solubilized. So then we looked into what we call it as back
very fast. Then you will better get a major product later with that experience. That experience I have had. Then I also was involved in DST project where I was able to get one new microbe which is named in the names of the investigators, including my name. That was affecting neem. Phomopsis agadicata is a pathogen which causes dieback disease, which you can see everywhere. Wherever there is neem tree, you can see some drying of the leaves over there. So the doctor plant has become a patient now. So that is very, very alarming actually. So we have identified the pathogen. More has to be done on that line to overcome that. So while doing project, we get such satisfaction also to get to some new organisms and where you can have some what you call it as naming of that will be your name actually. That is very, very important. And then I have executed one BIRAC EUR project. So BIRAC that gives you the opportunity to guide the students with the EUR program. So you can just Google out BIRAC. Students can do the project at that level. But it's skill-based project. So students get 30,000 for their project. 5 student group has to be selected, and then mentor has to be mentoring them. So I have mentored one EUR project. The finalization is going on now. So these are the projects which I have got the experience. And coming to the challenges, so many times in these projects you will not get the money in time. So after the project completion period, you will get, then you may have to handle that one in a skillful way with the amount what you have already with the other projects, and etc. You may have to execute that one very effectively. Coming to the suggestions related to the projects and etc. and the PhD thesis or whatever it may be, we are using public money as already told by our senior teachers over there, scientists. So since we are using public money, the outcome of that one should be reaching to public. So my suggestion, see in the newspaper lot of items do come, but about the
has a very strong subjective element too. So I can't completely ignore. But in the fashion to be scientific, it was completely introspection, reflection, many other methodologies which initially started were completely thrown out of the scientific perspective. Only behavioral studies was what was remaining, and through behavioral studies inferring what might be happening in the mind, and in order to overcome certain other issues, statistics was brought in. I'm not demeaning what has happened, but the subject per se of psychology has been human mind. And in yoga, we definitely have something that is very valuable as to how can I step into a mode where I can observe my mind in an objective fashion.
What is here, there are many projects which is running. Ayurveda formulations being validated because the government needs scientific complete validation with the same. In that nutrition, when you want to really address, especially in terms of research, when nutrition is the one where you have a control, but when you go for a food research, food as per se as such has a different complexity in it, because it is a complex in nature, as we all know. So when we are doing a research, especially on particular food, it is very difficult. But out of it, when we look into the component of this food, especially the nutritive part, there we have some control, and we can we have done a lot of work previously and still going on, and it's what I say is each day it's a challenging aspects, as we are encountering with a lot of toxicity in food, as we know, by virtue of processing, in the name of processing and business, there is a lot of intervention of synthetic components into the food, which when we take a processed food, it has a lot of implications, which have
seen the number of times here. And now there is available in native also. So there is a possibility of having a collaborative work as far as yoga work is concerned. You can definitely visit that institution. I think that will definitely add to it in maybe let me inform that. So definitely it is possible. Integrative medicine journals are there 40. We can definitely publish it. But the only thing is that it should be properly quantified. We cannot make a general statement. See, for example, the project what we have in Japan now, Noria is there and Suhaya is also there. Alzheimer's International. See, it is the deep brain meditation, right? In our country, we call it as pranayama. So there are some neuropsychological tests, very simple. It is absolutely non-invasive. Only thing is you have to conduct your regular tests there. I know before meditation, after meditation. it is being conducted on 21st once again. 21st is World Meditation Day. It is about the entire world. So a big number is coming. We are expecting around 2,000 people there. So it is definitely it is possible. The only thing is you have to come. I have very good research paper definitely.
Continuation about the selection of and authenticity of the journals. It is not only the publisher. I will tell you one example. In 2000, there was one celebration in France. That was the Silver Jubilee of Publication. Do you know where that publication was published? It was published in Raman Institute by Raman Institute, the institutional magazine regarding liquid crystals. It was the pioneer work about liquid crystal and it's published. That's why what I think is, it is not only the publishers, it is the result and the credibility of the author, because being in the field, we will be seeing several articles of a particular person. Thereby, the article publisher, the intention to the publisher, it is better to look into the authenticity by the researcher and authenticity. This is all Vichakshana Jnana of the individual. A researcher's Vichakshana Jnana. ಅದು ಬಿಟ್ಟರೆ ಇನ್ನೇನಲ್ಲ, ನಾವು ಅನೇಕ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ತುಂಬ ಒಳ್ಳೆಯ ಜರ್ನಲ್ ನೋಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಸೈನ್ಸ್ ಡೈರೆಕ್ಟರು ಒಂದು ಅದು ಏನಂತೀವಿ ನಾವು ಒಂದು ಟೆಸ್ಟ್ ಕಂಡಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು. ಅದನ್ನ ನಾವು ಒಂದು ಪೇಪರ್ ಆಂಟಿ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ಸರ್ ಪೇಪರ್. ಇಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಜನರೇಟೆಡ್ ಪೇಪರ್, ನಾಟ್ ದಿ ರಿಸರ್ಚ್ ಪೇಪರ್. ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಏನೋ ಡಾಟಾ ಆಯ್ಕೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು. 350 ಜರ್ನಲ್ಗಳಿಗೆ ಕಳಿಸಿದ್ರು. ಅಂದರೆ ವಿತೌಟ್ ರಿವ್ಯೂ ಒಂದು 250 ಜರ್ನಲ್ ಪಬ್ಲಿಷ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ವಿತೌಟ್ ರಿವ್ಯೂ. ಆಂಟಿ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ಸರ್ ಯಾವುದೋ ಅಮೆರಿಕದ ಹೆಸರು, ಖುಷಿ ಪಬ್ಲಿಷ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ ನಾವು. ಆ ಥರದ್ದು ಇದೆ. ಅದನ್ನ ರಿಸರ್ಚ್ ಸ್ಟಿಂಗ್ ಆಪರೇಷನ್ ಅಂತ ಕರೆದ್ರು. ಅವರನ್ನು ಸ್ಟಿಂಗ್ ಆಪರೇಷನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು ಸೈನ್ಸ್ ಡೈರೆಕ್ಟರ್. ಅಲ್ಲ, ಅದು ಉದ್ದೇಶ ಬೇರೆ ಇತ್ತು. ಅವ್ರ ಉದ್ದೇಶ ಸೈನ್ಸ್ ಡೈರೆಕ್ಟರ್ ಇಸ್ ಮೋರ್ ಅಥೆಂಟಿಕೇಟೆಡ್ ಅಂತ ಪ್ರಚಾರ ಪಡೆಯುವಂತ ಉದ್ದೇಶ ಇತ್ತು ಅಷ್ಟೇ. ಉದ್ದೇಶ ಬೇರೆ. ಅವ್ರ ಜನರಲ್ ಮಿಸ್ಲೀಡ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದು ಬೇರೆ. ಆಲ್ ದೋಸ್ ಥಿಂಗ್ಸ್ ಆರ್ ಡಿಫರೆಂಟ್. ದೇ ಆರ್ ಆಲ್ ಕಮರ್ಷಿಯಲ್ ಆಸ್ಪೆಕ್ಟ್ ಅಂಡ್ ದೇ ಆರ್ ಉದ್ದೇಶ ಬೇರೆ ಇತ್ತು, ಅದು ಬೇರೆ. ಆದ್ರೆ ವಾಟ್ ಐ ಮೀನ್ ಹಿಯರ್ ಇಸ್, ನಾವು there are possibilities that who are overwhelmed by the publisher's name. Instead, please, you are all researchers in the field. You know which author is there. Since think of those authors and do it. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. The last question in the panel discussion is for Dr. Aniles Gilman, sir. How can misinterpretation of statistical methods impact research integrity, and what minimum statistical literacy should faculty possess?
The question is very simple. Definitely there will be misinterpretation of statistics leads to wrong analysis, wrong drug coming into market, like we experienced during COVID, right? COVID was the best example where people, ethical standards if not followed and rigorous cross-checking is not, we will be taking wrong drug for a wrong thing. So that is the implication of the statistics. With respect to the basic minimum statistical concept that we should have is, as researchers, we should always sit for critical appraisal of articles, journal clubs. So whatever, whether it is observational study, analytical study or interventional used, or whatever they are applying, at least if we can interpret those data, those tables, and cross-examine it and argue about it, that much is enough. And other things, nowadays we have statistical department. We can always collaborate. You know, now AI is the term that everybody uses. You need not be a coder. I can't learn everything. I have only this much of life left with me, so I can't be everything. So we need to collaborate. Collaborate and put them as an author, so they will be happy to do it. I was trying to use Python coding because Python generates very good charts and very good analysis, free tool. But then coding is so difficult. We being a medical person, understanding coding takes a lot of time. Now AI coding is so that has made things very easy. So learn that AI coding for Python, use it and analyze it. But then again, for this crowd, what I would say is our department we have a separate statistics as a core subject, so we go into that. But otherwise, for being a researcher, you need not do all the tests of statistics, but you should know what data cleaning you should know, what variable has to be compared with what variable you should know. So for this variable to be compared to that variable, what type of variables, what type of test I have to apply, this you should know. This much you should know. Doing part, the statistician can do it. Hope I have answered the question. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
I have one sentence to add. From the morning when we discussed about publishing research paper, I just want to quote an interesting incident which happened in relation to India. This Jagdish Chandra Bose did research on wireless communications in 1895, but he did not publish it. In 1897, Marconi published, and Marconi got Nobel Prize in 1890. So, Indian did research originally, he did not publish. Marconi did research, he published, he got Nobel Prize. Whether you want to publish or don't publish, it is up to you.
Thank you, sir. Now, this is the end of the panel discussion. Moving forward, the feedback session. Okay, and in the audience of the faculties, I just want any volunteers to share their feedback. Okay, I call upon the name. Dr. Asha, SDM Master.
A very good evening, respected dignitaries on the dais and esteemed guests, and my dear teachers and all members present here. I have done my undergraduation in GMC Mysore, way 2010 level, and post-graduation from Yogananda department from GMC, Bangalore, and presently I am working as assistant professor in the Department of Yogananda and SDM Ayurveda College, Hassan. So presently, this FTP program has connected me to my roots, and I was fortunate enough to meet my gurus, my first principal madam, Dr. Aruna Mangali ma'am, Dr. Anurupa ma'am, Dr. Mohan Kumari ma'am, Dr. Vasudev Chatti sir, Dr. Sanjay sir, Dr. Srivatsa sir, and Dr. Lakshmi Narayan Shanai sir. And this FTP has added a lot of values to the Ayurveda system, and the quality of speakers which the program included, right from the basics of research writing till publications, was simple and very effective manner. And the idea and the research grants was all convincingly satisfying and systematically structured. And listening to the overviews from the eminent speakers from DRDO, CFTRI was feather in the cap. All the talks from the eminent speakers was an eye-opening and motivated us to write a lot of articles to the world out there, helping us to reach Ayurveda to each. And finally, the open panel discussion containing star buds from different disciplines was highly knowledgeable and mind-boggling. Namaste and thank you.